Hello, ladies and gentlemen, to the second part, or rather the second live stream, where I'm coding the Ultimate Camera Studio Bukkit plugin. We have a little to-do list for today that I would like to share with you, which is we want to move along the path at a constant speed by sampling equidistant points along it, and I've linked a little Stack Overflow question there that is going to give us a pointer in the right direction. I'm gonna re-add the commands from the original CP Camera Studio plugin, and I'm going to make the head rotation a little less janky by mounting the player on a cloud and sending a look at packet to make them rotate their head instead. Let me know if the stream is in sync this time with my face and my voice. I added a little bit of delay to the voice to make it sync up, so that should hopefully be fine. All right, so let's just get started real quick by explaining to you the issue that our code currently has. And for that, I'm going to pull up the good old Paul Burke website again and explain to you the issue. Basically, if you're going to sample points on this path, it is not guaranteed that the points between, let's say, 0 and 0.1% or like progress on the path have an equal distance as the points at 0.9 and 1.0, for example. When you're using linear interpolation like we're doing here, obviously that is the case. However, because these interpolation methods that we're using, such as cubic spline interpolation, because this has curves, the math doesn't really work this way. For example, it is going to be moving a little bit slower with each step in the middle, where it's a straight line, versus the ends, where it's curving. And how larger the curvature is, the more of a difference you're going to notice. So for example, 0.0 is here maybe, 0.1 might be here, and then 0.2 might be just here, which causes you to move faster in curves. So how are we going to fix that? Well, that's why I'm going to pull up the Stack Overflow real quick. So basically, this guy asked a similar question. I want to move with a constant speed. How can I achieve this? I don't think that they're using the same Catmull-Rom spline formula that we are using, but it can be, the concept can be applied nevertheless. So what you're looking for is a reparameterization of the Bezier curve, blah, 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 blah. This is actually a very hard problem, which means we do not want to solve this complicated equation that would be needed in order to move across the path at a constant speed. So what we're going to be doing instead, as suggested here, is to just sample a few points along the path, which is how we're actually calculating the length already. We're just sampling a few points on the path and then using their distance with linear interpolation in order to approximate its actual length. But instead, yeah, we're just going to use these sample points to get like the actual length on the path where it's at. And then we're going to use linear interpolation if the desired progress on the path that we're looking for. So if we say we want to be at half the actual length of the curve, which is not necessarily at the center due to this skew introduced by the curves. And we're just going to be using linear interpolation in order to approximate the actual point. But simply just breaking it down into multiple sample points where you know the actual length / progress on the curve is going to allow you to get a good enough result. That's how I did it for MCC at least, and I think also the replay mod. So good enough for these two rather successful projects, good enough for this. I'm getting a question if I'm on an iMac or something else. I'm on an early 2019 MacBook Pro 16-inch. I use it for everything. I don't even use an external keyboard or mouse or anything. I'm literally just coding here. And I have an external monitor hooked up just for the stream though. Usually I just use one monitor. I know it's highly unusual for developers, but that's how I've been working until now. And it's working quite nicely. All right. So, let's just look at this suggestion. Get a coordinate at or before distance d, get a known coordinate after distance d, and interpolate between the 2 points. So, let us switch over to our coding real quick. And we gotta do this in the path segment, because as you know, our path is split up into multiple segments, each segment being the section between 2 points. I'm using 2 different Google profiles here on my Google Chrome. Let me just fix that real quick so that I can combine them into one window. And yeah, then we can get started in a second. Just gotta prepare something over here real quick, which you can't see. All right, I'm ready now. So, again, to repeat, the way we're currently doing it is we're simply calling the interpolation to get the value directly, but we need to get the value that is at, or get the position at 50% of the path's length, instead of the position that is in the middle of the spline. So the way we're going to be doing this is by, first of all, sampling a bunch of points on the path. Now, for the length measurement, we're only using 10 sample points ever. I think that should be fine for our purposes here as well, but let's just start by calculating these samples right when the object is constructed. Right, it's just a vector here in Bukkit. It's been a while again since I've been using the Bukkit API before this project, so yeah, I'm using a run block here so that I can do a more complicated evaluation instead of just a single expression, because run essentially counts as a single expression. It just evaluates the lambda function that we put after it, and runs it, and the result is applied to sample points. I'm going to be explaining a little bit of Kotlin basics here as well, because I know that many of you probably aren't familiar with it. All right, I'm just reading the chat in the meantime to see if you guys have any questions. So I'm rearranging my window on the right. Let's go. So, just going to be sampling 10 points here. I'm just going to make it return an empty list for now, because if I don't, IntelliJ is going to be complaining because my run function needs to return this type of list vector, and while I'm working in here and it doesn't return the right thing, it's going to be complaining. Yeah, I'll be like, yes, the run with the lambda, that's a Kotlin function, right? Like literally all it does is invoke the lambda. So it's just a helper function, one of many in Kotlin's amazing standard library. Thank you for the kind words, Anian. and welcome to the stream. Very nice to see you here. So, yeah, right. We are going to be doing the same thing. Like, actually, I can probably just copy this code here. And let me think. Yeah, we can dry this up. Like, we don't need to do this calculation twice, because if we're going to be sampling a bunch of points anyway to get the samples, may as well remember it when recording the length. I'm just gonna copying this over. Let me just comment this out for a second. Hey, what's up, Spark Universe? Yeah, it's this Crushed Pixel. Is this Flo or Raf? Or do you have some poor intern who has to run your YouTube channel to comment on my live streams? Who is it? Anyway, greetings. Nice to see you here. Yeah, right. So we need to know at which length of the path each of our sample points is, so that later we can say, okay, I want a point at like half the length of the path, and yeah, so therefore we need to record at which percentage of the path each point is, obviously. So actually we need a map mapping the each position to the relative length on the path. I'm thinking currently if I want to store the relative or the absolute length. I'm probably just going to go for the absolute length and do the relative calculation later, because that's going to make my calculations easier here, because otherwise I cannot have the full total length before doing all of the measurements. So if I want to store the relative length, I would need the full length in order to divide the relative, like the absolute length values by it. So I'm just going to be storing the absolute value and do the calculation otherwise, or later in the value add function. I don't think it makes a difference performance-wise. Robbie SM. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your name. I'm coding a plugin. We're making the Camera Studio plugin, or rather, we're going to be remaking it. Let me just pull it up real quick to show you what is up. This is a plugin that I released earlier. How many years ago was that? Like 2014. So it's 8 years, 7 years. Maths is hard. But basically, it allows you to make smooth camera paths like these, except that this is using linear interpolation, which, as you can see, gives us pretty hard turns at the curves. Therefore, we are going to be, this is linear interpolation, but we're using cubic interpolation to get us to have some smooth camera paths, like in the replay mod. Okay. Alvilek asks, why is it a normal map and not a sorted/tree map? Because it doesn't need to be sorted, unless there's a specific reason why it needs to be sorted. You don't have to make it one. Like, whenever you choose a data type, make it as generic as you can. Only get more specific if you have to. For example, in Java, if you have a data type that is an array list, but it doesn't matter that it's specifically an array list, and it could also be, in theory, a linked list, or any other kind of list, anything that satisfies the list interface, then just use the list interface for your types. Just gonna make your lives easier, because if you ever have a different use case for it, or if you ever want to give it another type of list, you would later have to convert it. So always be as general as possible in your types. All right. Actually, we are going to be doing some functional programming now, because we're creating a map, why don't we just use the map function? Now, the map function in Kotlin doesn't create a map. It maps each value in a collection to another value and returns a collection with these results. So if I say I have a list of numbers, then I could map it, and in the map function I simply add 1 to each number, and the result is a list that has, like, for each number, 1 number higher. So a list of 1, 2, 3 would return a list of 2, 3, 4, and it's kind of the same thing that we're doing here. Now, the variable in this map function is called it, because if you do not specify the parameter name for your lambda function, it's just implicitly it. In Kotlin, you could also do this, give it a name, and as you can see now, the index is called I. But basically, for each entry of this collection, which is a range from 0 to approximation sample point, so it contains it's a range of the numbers 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, and 10, actually, and 10, because we're using the dot dot notation if we do, until we get a range that is exclusive the ending point. Yeah, so for each of these numbers, this lambda is going to be called with the number itself being the variable name I. I could also call it x or index or whatever, but I is just pretty standard for counters. Yeah, Kotlin is pretty awesome. It has so many useful things. Again, that's why I can't really go back to Java. In Java, you would have to do all of this stuff with streams, but streams have a non-negligible overhead. Minecraft has actually gotten a lot slower internally because they started using streams, and projects such as Paper are actually patching the Minecraft server code in order to get rid of all of the streams and use good old for loops again in many cases, because those are just more performant. However, these functions here in the Kotlin stdlib, they're not, they don't give you a performance loss. So there's that. I can do functional programming without having to deal with the performance loss. And honestly, that's how it should be. Why would you need? Well, yeah, you shouldn't have to pay a price for doing elegant programming. All right. So basically, inside of this lambda, what we did in our for loop doesn't work anymore, because when you're passing a variable into a lambda that is a var, it doesn't know if at the same time the prevpos variable is being run elsewhere. So we know that we're not modifying it anywhere else, but the compiler can't know it because it doesn't know when the lambda is actually executed. So we have two options. Either we use the non-null assertion operator, which would just throw a null pointer exception if it is actually null. So it's something that you usually don't do. But instead, what we're going to be doing, it the Kotlin way. Which is to use let. So basically, because we're using the question mark operator here, this function, the let function, is only called in case prevpos is not null. Otherwise, this statement is just completely ignored. And in case prevpos is not null, it is passed to the function as its first argument, or as the argument. And again, default name, you can just reference it as it, or you could call it, give it like a variable name, in which case it won't work anymore. But here it's pretty obvious that what it is, so we don't need to give it another name. And then what we're going to return is this. We're going to be returning a pair. As I already explained this last time, with the two infix extension function, you can simply create a pair of the first and the second. It's equivalent to doing but obviously the former is much more elegant. Now here's the thing. If we have a collection of pairs in Kotlin, you can simply call toMap and it becomes a map. As you see, you can do this on any iterable that contains pairs and it returns a map with all of the key value pairs that you put into it. Now here IntelliJ tells me that I can use associate instead of doing instead of mapping it to a sequence of pairs and then converting that into a map first. So basically, associate wants you to give a lambda that takes in the input value and then outputs a pair, which is then turned into a map in the same function, in the same way. All right, so what we have now obviously needs to be locations because we're not just using vectors. Yeah, so what we have now is a map of a bunch of points on the path, and it's and the length of the path up until that point. Now, obviously, this is still just the length of estimation. So in real world, like if you're gonna want 100 precise size, it's not gonna be working, but the approximation is good enough in my experience. And the more sense you have, of course, the smaller the difference is in this. All right, I thought I could maybe use the other mic again, but now you should hear me better. I'm using the onboard mic. The quality isn't as good on this one because it's right next to the fan of the MacBook. But let me know if the quality is at least somewhat good. Like if I'm going to be doing more streams, I'm definitely going to be getting myself a better setup. But I left my my good microphone, my Rode NT1A. I left that in England, in Nottingham. So yeah. Just let me know, is this all right? Is this okay? Because I changed the input. Well, okay, well, what was the last thing that I was talking about? Let me just repeat here. Yeah, anyway, the approximation is going to be good enough. The more, or better, the more points you have. So the difference between the mathematically correct location and the approximate, well, the location that we approximate is going to be negligible. All right. I promise that I'm going to be figuring this out for next time. I don't know why it breaks. Seems to be working when my brother uses this microphone. Could also be this sound chip that I'm using as an interface because I don't have my usual interface. I'm sorry about the inconvenience. I hope that you can still understand me. Anyway, so now that we got a bunch of points, we can actually probably... We already know the length at this point, right? Because we are sampling and we know that the length is the associated value of the last entry of sample points. Okay. Because we want the last entry... Okay, yeah, actually this map needs to be in sequence. So we may as well, because we want to, like, we need to get the points in sequence. It needs to be sorted. Therefore, let's just use a list of pair, because we don't actually need to have it be a map. So, yeah, now we have a list of pairs for each location, which is in order of the position on the path. We get the location and its position on the path. So obviously the total length of the path is going to be that of the last point. Awesome. Now, in our value add function, what we're going to be doing is traverse this list of sample points until we find one that comes right before the desired relative position. And going to be doing this. Actually, I'm realizing I can take care of that later. So yeah, we want to get the point which comes right before the desired. Actually, let me close the window real quick. There might be car noises from outside. And okay, we also got to get the next point. So let's just get the. Wait, why is there last index of and index of last? It needs to be index of last. The reason why my arrows and less than signs are so pretty is because I'm using a font that supports font ligatures. Let me show you. Font, it's the JetBrains monofont, which I can recommend, which supports these ligatures. If we disable them, you see it's just the good old arrow and equals, etc. But if you enable the ligatures, it transforms these constructs into these symbols. It took me a little bit of getting used to, but I love it. Okay, now that our value add function is actually skewed and it's not returning the actual value, what we're going to be doing is hey Classics, nice seeing you back. Well, it took me a little bit of getting used to as well, but I like it. And again, because this is a single return statement, I'm going to be using the expression buddy instead. I like this way of doing things. Now, if the point that comes right before or is at, because it's smaller than or equals, less than or equals, in this statement, then we are at the very end of the path segment, so we're just going to be returning the calculated value for that. We also got to change this here, of course, to the original formula, because if we call value add, which references sample points, then, you know, it's not going to work. Because we're basing the calculations in value add on the skewed calculations. Let's see. And now all we gotta do is a little bit of linear interpolation. Or actually, let's do it like this. And we got to calculate the progress of the linear interpolation that we'll be doing, right? Because now I like doing this all visually to explain it to you guys. Let's say that we're looking for a point somewhere here, and the previous like sample point that we have is, let's say, here, and the next one is there. Then we got to know like where like the relative point on the imaginary straight line between those two, where we got to do the linear interpolation. So how much of the excess we got to use. So I need to think for a second on how to best do this. And then we simply return linear interpolation. Now we already have a linear interpolation class that allows us to do linear interpolation. However, I really don't feel like creating a new instance of linear interpolation each time I want to do linear interpolation. So I'm just going to be creating a helper function for that. I'm a bit dumb here. Doesn't need to be a value. It's just force of habit. This is just a sanity check that the input values are correct. It takes a little bit of processing power to do that check, but it's negligible. This is basically a good replacement for Google's preconditions library, for example, where you would do preconditions.checkState or preconditions.checkArgument or something. But it's built right into Kotlin, as you can see. If the Boolean expression that we put into require is not true, it's going to throw us an illegal argument exception. Now we just got to use function here. Could have been an expression body right away, but it wasn't. Yeah, that's not how Java docs work, but that is how KDocs work. Because as you can see, now that's KDoc. Yes, that's Kotlin's documentation type. You can also use the add param, etc., and the add returns, but I prefer to just write it as a text like that. So anyway, what was I doing? Yeah, right. I wanted to do some linear interpolation here. But we got to do the linear interpolation on every axis, of course. I don't know if Bukkit has something built into that. Or actually, no. Let's do this a little bit smarter. Let's write a function that gives us the relative position at the desired length here. Now I gotta I'm not even using this, so I can just use the underscore, which means just ignore this parameter. Saying that fun is like void but Kotlin is not really correct, because if it is if it's a void function, then the return type is written afterwards. Every function is a fun, but in Java not every function has a void, of course. So the return type of the function is specified here, like in TypeScript, after the parameter declaration. So if it was a void function, you would do unit, because Kotlin doesn't know void, it just knows, it calls it a unit because there's only one of it. But yeah. Let me read this again real quick. That's not really helpful. But my idea now is that basically, if I know for each point on which what its relative position on the path is, and what its actual length is, then I can use linear interpolation to determine the relative position that I want that gets pretty close to the desired location. I think I misexplained this earlier a bit. So now we could also, instead of just the absolute length of the path up until that point, we could also store, yeah, let's also just store the relative position. That's what I want to store, of course. Let's call this lock instead. Okay, and now I'm going to be writing some kdoc, because now we just have a list of a bunch of triplets. And yeah, you don't ever want to have to check out the code that explains what these three values are. Yeah, I think this makes sense. So here we go. Oh no, we still need this. Right now I want to use lerp here, my lerp function. For some reason, I seem to be a little bit dumber when it comes to the algorithms when I'm live streaming than when I'm not, because I'm also kind of looking chat and it doesn't allow me to get into the flow as much when I talk about things. But I hope you can forgive me. Right. Because we want to return the relative position, we got to interpolate between the relative position on the previous point, sample point, and the relative position of the next sample point. And to determine the point between the two, we're going to be using whoops. All right. Okay. Okay. Here we go. I'm going to explain this function. Let's see. Why is there a package.json file? I used a boilerplate to generate this, to set up this project. I didn't do all of this myself, but basically it comes with a bunch of nice things pre-set up, such as GitHub Actions, and yeah, I'm simply using Synthesis, amazing template here, because I didn't feel like setting everything up from scratch. So that's why there's a package.json in there. I don't use all of this yet, but it seemed useful for now. So that's the reason why there's a package.json. Okay, now let's go on. Now, okay, yeah, we're basically doing the reparameterization that is being talked about in Stack Overflow here. So just let me explain it one final time. If we say I want the position, I want the point that is at 0 or at like half the path, let's say at position 0.5 on the path, then that doesn't mean that it is the point at which the path has reached half its length, because again, these curvatures here kind of skew that. If you're doing sampling of 0, 0.1, 0.2, there may be a much greater distance between 0 and 0.1 than there is between 0.1 and 0.2, simply because of the curvature. So what we're doing is we say, hey, when I want the point that is at half the path, what we actually want is the point at half the path's actual length. So we are sampling a bunch of points here, seeing for what relative position on the path, which would be 0.5, it has reached half, where it has reached half the length, and then we use that relative position for the input for our interpolation. So if we say, hey, I want the middle of this segment, so at half its length, that may actually be at, let's say 0.6. relative position on this spline simply because of how splines work. You guys are talking about Lombok. That is like fucking sorry for swearing. That is actually useless in Kotlin. You don't need Lombok for that. So I'm just yeeting that out now. All right. Just how I should yeet these swear words out of my vocabulary when I'm live streaming. Sorry for the dirty mouth. But yeah. So I'm too lazy to write that kdoc now. But yeah, that's what's happening here. We are reparameterizing it in order to get the actual value that we want. And then we chuck that into the interpolations. Now, let's just try that out. Start a server. The difference is probably not going to be incredibly noticeable. But I'm still going to try and illustrate it. Actually, whoops. I'm going to remove that again. Why is that not a word? No, it's right. It just doesn't know it. Yeah, I'm going to change the /cam start command to allow us to specify whether we want to reparameterize. I'm just going to do this for illustration purposes. And I'll remove it later. Gotta restart the server real quick. Just gonna help myself to a salami stick in the meantime. This could take a while. Start. There are salami sticks in the UK, but they're nowhere near as good as these German ones. Why am I on this server? Yep, yeah, I just played Minecraft with my little brother. I thought localhost was still in there. I just didn't filter that button. Yeah, definitely the wrong server. So yeah, let's just make a camera path that has a lot of curves and very extreme curves at the end of each point, because that's when these issues arise. The more extreme the curve, the better. And then we're going to be playing it with once reparameterized. Okay, this is a little bit jankier than I would have hoped. We're going to be changing that later as well. Maybe Why is it like that? Why is this happening? Let's see. It shouldn't move us like that. We're using the fake players. Fake player packets. And we are using relative movement packets here. That's absolutely not right. I mean, maybe it is because of the reparameterization. Maybe I screwed something up there, but all right, I didn't set up any points because it doesn't remember them yet. Oh yeah, apparently it is because of the reparameterization. It's still kind of weird with the updates of the head rotation. I don't know if that's because of spectator mode. What's spectator mode like usually? I'm not a Minecraft expert. Oh no. So yeah, okay, we apparently have some bug in our reparameterization here. Whoops. Didn't mean to click that. Hope nothing bad showed. Nope, nothing bad showed. I checked it again on my second screen. I just lost my mouse. Hello? Hello? Okay. Yeah, okay, so apparently there's a bug here. Let me think about that. I'm using the wrong variable here. Right, it was probably erroring out like crazy because the progress between points wasn't between 0 and 1, and I added this require here. Let me see if I can look into the log. I gotta... Can I show this in the Finder? Ah, yeah, here we go. Just gonna unpack the log real quick. Weird. Can't find the right log, I think. But yeah, it should be fixed now. Let's just rejoin and it should work even with reparameterization. Happens to everyone, guys. Like, I'm not saying that I'm any kind of institution when it comes to programming, but don't ever be ashamed if you have bugs in your code, because it happens to literally everybody. And as you see, I simply just used the wrong variable here, and that was enough to screw it up. So, no reparameterization. Internal error. Okay, so now we're getting the failed requirement, but I don't really understand why. The only way that this can be outside of range is if our target length isn't between length at next point and length at previous point. Therefore, it happens right when clicking, when hitting start, which means it's probably at the very first. I mean, I'm just going to step in with the debugger here. Because that's also one of the great advantages of SpeakGradle. You just get tasks that allow you to attach the debugger just by using the debug configuration. And I'm setting a breakpoint here to see whether to break it here whenever this line of code is reached. A breakpoint is being called, and we can then inspect all of the variables that we have. So yeah, I'm showing you a bit of debugging here. No, I don't want to camp. I'm going camping next week, so for now, I don't want to do that. Voila. All right, this looks all right. It's not gonna. As you can see, we're moving further along the path. And this is where we got our error, and I skipped it. But it was at some negative value. Oh no, I shouldn't have stopped it. I stopped it. Now I gotta restart the server and reattach the debugger. I could have just rerun the command to trigger it again. That was a little bit of premature action. But yeah, that's breakpoints. If you didn't know about them, now you do. And again, like the way that I'm getting these run configurations is it was already set up because of the template, but if you look at the build.gradle, it's using the SpeakGradle plugin that allows us to do all of this. So, once more. Hello, Nicholas. Good to see you here. Also nice to see you here, Gijs, by the way. I've talked to many of the people watching the stream back when I was working at the Nox crew. So it's really cool to see you guys back. And if any of you ever have any programming questions or just need anything, you know who you can reach out to. So, actually, the great thing about the breakpoints here is you can make it so that it only gets triggered if this condition is actually met. So now the breakpoint is only going to be hit triggered if like the condition actually fails. Alvilek asks if it can also be done with Maven. I mean, it's called SpeakGradle, right? So no, you can't use SpeakGradle in Maven. However, you can still run a server with these command line arguments. For example, you can specify any port here, and then from within IntelliJ, you simply run the run this debug run configuration that you're creating here, and it will then attach the debugger to the JVM. The great thing about this is that this wherever this JVM runs with these commands, it allows you to connect to it with a debugger, so it can even run on a remote machine. So yes, it's possible, and SpeakGradle only does that essentially under the hood, except that you don't need to take care of it. So yeah, you can do it without SpeakGradle, you can do it with Maven, you can do it however, you can do it even without any build system if you wanted, because you just need to attach a debugger, which you can simply do with IntelliJ. Now, it timed out. Oh, of course. But doesn't matter because the code is still running. Now we see progress between points is minus 0.6. Why is that the case? What are our values here? That's the amazing thing. I'm just going to be closing all of these. Minecraft IntelliJ plugin, I didn't know about that, but makes sense that it exists. Yeah, I'll be like, maybe you should try that out. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm stupid. It is because this value is the relative position on the path, and this one is the length of the path up until that point. So it's the third parameter that we need to use in our index of last calculation. That's it. And we can simply figure that out by using the debugger and then trying to think, okay, what's the code doing here? Why is it doing that? How does this make sense with what I'm seeing here? And there you go. We hopefully fixed that bug now. I don't need that breakpoint anymore. Let me in! Honestly, use Gradle. Like, just get over it. Just use Gradle instead of Maven. It's the future, in my opinion. I just prefer it. I'm an opinionated guy, and I think that Gradle is nicer than Maven. So you should probably just go for that. Now, again, this time it should work even with the reparameterization. Let's go! Never mind. Still jumping around. Why do our calculations not make any sense? This is the classic demonstration effect, as we call it in Germany. Like, why? Gotta think about this for a second. I think I'm missing something obvious. Hmm. Should probably unit test this. Is my linear interpolation correct? Yeah, that's an easy one. You know what? Let's debug it. I am running it with the debugger enabled, so I'm just gonna be starting it again, and then we're gonna be seeing the values that it puts us through here. Yeah, nice. Okay. All right. It's all still making sense. We're growing correctly. Oh, why did we go back? Why did we go back to 0.0 and 0.1? How did that happen? What's going on here? Is my target length growing monotonously? Is all of that working correctly? Or maybe we're changing the path segment when it switches. Let's keep track of this. Progress between points is going to exceed 1 soon. And that's when it should... Yeah. Okay, but why is this? Why does it only ever interpolate between on the first path segment here? I think this index of last doesn't work as much as I would have hoped. Okay, here we go. It's because our length for some reason is incorrect. Oh my god. I used the wrong length value as the input. Kind of embarrassing. I forgot to update the references to the sample points when I changed its layout from a pair to a triple and moved the contents around a little bit. So that's why I need to make it third instead of second. But at least I could show you a little bit of debugging and how to fix it when you break stuff. It's a vital thing to be good at, or to at least know a little bit. A triple is not a triple map. It's literally just an object that contains 3 values. Actually, you know what? Instead of using a triplet, I'm just going to use a proper data type, because that's why you're not supposed to use tuples like that. I learned something today. I never used triplets before, and now I know why. It's much more explicit like this anyway. Okay. But anyway, let's recompile real quick and restart the server, and then we should be good. Yeah, Kotlin, or I mean, it's just general programming practice that you shouldn't really just have a generic object like that has like a first, second, and third, especially when they're of the same data type or multiple of the fields, because I switched these around twice now, and it caused 2 different bugs. So now that I'm giving them a proper name, it's impossible, or it's at least much easier to spot if you're using the wrong one. Loading the terrain. Okay, here we go. Oh, what? No. Excuse me? Excuse me? Excuse me? That he's not done. He's not done. He wants some more. He wants some more. Well, take that, Mr. Enderman, huh? What you gonna do about it now? What you gonna do about it now? I'm a pacifist now. You made me become a pacifist, Mr. Enderman. Thanks for that. Nice to see you again, Cutter. Really, really cool. So, now with that bug out of the way. Okay, finally. Finally. Hopefully I can now demonstrate the difference between reparameterized versus non-reparameterized to you. I don't have anything to clear the camera yet because I didn't add that command yet, so I just got to reconnect because it clears when you leave. I'm going to create a path that consists out of 3 points only, giving us a huge curve in the end. Something like this should work. Yeah, let's go in first person if you want. It doesn't really make a difference for the illustration, I think. So we're going to traverse this path in 20 seconds once without reparameterization. And you're going to see that it's going to be a little bit faster around the corner. Or is it slower? I'm not sure which of the two is the case. Maybe I said it wrong all this time. And with reparameterization. I would probably need to do a side-by-side for that. Yeah, I'm not really happy with the fact that we're using the spectator packet here. We're going to be changing this to, because it's just not the same result. I used this based on a recommendation of a friend. Currently we are spectating a fake player in order to get the camera to move. But what I shall be doing instead is to mount them on an area effect cloud and rotate their head accordingly. That's on my to-do list for today anyway. Tick that one off, even though I haven't really tested it yet. But yeah, now it's fake entity time. And for that, whenever you're going to be doing something like that, what you do is you pull up the good old protocol. Let's go. Whoops, I didn't want to add a bookmark. Also didn't want to have caps in there. Spawn entity. Area effect cloud. Wait, what's the ID? Anyway, we're back to using reflection. We're back to using reflection here. don't need the fake player. We don't need all of the player info stuff anymore. You know what? It's time for a commit, first of all, because we did one piece of work, which is to implement the reparameterization. And now we're going to do the next thing, because if the change that we do now, if we don't like it, we can simply just revert to the last commit. So it's like making a checkpoint. The code is already open source on GitHub, by the way. You should see the link in the description of the live stream. This is source tree, which I use and have been using for ages. I just prefer it. I mean, I've never really used GitHub Desktop. Yeah, commit message did this and that. That's what you would do, right? So let's see. We're just going to yeet all of that. We still need an ID for our fake entity, so we're taking that. No protocol lib. As I said before, protocol lib is the devil, literally. It adds race conditions as soon as you add any packet handlers, and therefore I refuse to ever use and support it. I'm rather going to use reflection, even though it would probably be okay to use protocol lib to construct the packet here. But still, though, it only really makes sense in combination with packet wrapper, but because otherwise what you do is you just write the packet, you say, okay, let me write this int, let me write this byte, and at that point it's nicer to have the object, which would be either MC protocol lib, which is what I implemented in the MCC code base. I'm going to probably create an open source packet handling framework based on MC protocol lib one day. Because I think that's really cool. And alternatively, packet wrapper, which is built on top of protocol lib, but I don't like protocol lib whatsoever. Yeah, Adrian, that's basically the idea. I want to make a protocol lib based on MC protocol lib, and MC protocol lib is not like protocol lib whatsoever. It only contains wrapper classes. That one uses Lombok, by the way. It's pretty cool. I'm a contributor. So well, you got to do some netty stuff in order to inject your handlers, but the only problem with protocol lib is that they don't do it thread safely because the programmers apparently didn't know what they were doing. So we get an entity ID. Is it a living entity? This is for 1.16 simply because I set it up like that, but I don't think it makes a difference in practice. It should probably work in both. But oh no, it won't, because oh yeah, because Spigot is cool, and hey, let's just add the Minecraft version in our to the NMS packages. So this is never going to run on 1.17 if we use the NMS. But I'm going to be making it compatible with both. Maybe when I create my my library, which I may also do on stream. Okay, so we got a packet to spawn the entity. Alvilek says that we can use the normal one. I'm trusting you 100%. It's your fault if it's the living one. Okay, what do we want here? It's a bunch of fields. Okay, entity ID, entity UUID. Okay, well, we need that as well. If you have code to, oh no, right. I chatted with Alvilek the other day, and but his code is in Java, so I'm just going to create it in Kotlin. Otherwise, I mean, bro, you can just send it to me on Discord, and I'm gonna copy paste it to spawn, or are you using reflection for it, or how does it work? I see you use protocol for it. Makes sense. But if you're using reflection with a framework like JOOR, which is what I'm doing, then it's not that painful. Entity ID, entity UUID. Probably the position. So let's just spawn it at the initial point. Points on path. All right, well, probably just copy most of that over from this spawning code actually. Thanks, Alvaleg. I'm just looking at his code. Ah, right. Okay, yeah, fair. You're not using reflection, so it doesn't really matter to me. We're up until G here. What is it with H, I, J, K, and L? Okay, we got pitch. Oh, data, object data. Do we need any object data for the area effect cloud? Actually, I'm going to be using Avlik's code for reference there. Okay, he literally just writes a 0 everywhere. Thanks, bro. So, because these are initialized with 0, we don't have to set anything else as far as I'm concerned. Nice. Spawning the area effect cloud. Now we just gotta mount the player. What's that packet called? How does it work? I wanted to see if there's a function and what it does internally. Thanks. That's appreciated. Thanks for the packet name. Ah, okay, well. Seems to be it. Here we go. Yeah, so entity ID of the vehicle, which is going to be the cloud, and then the passengers. Now, we're probably going to be running into a problem with Kotlin here, because we need an array of primitive ints instead of java.lang but integers. Yeah, this is the same issue here. It wants int, but when you're using reflection Kotlin, it wants you to have integer. Yeah, the primitive ints are auto box. But how do I do that? I'm just going to try it for a second. But yeah, again, I think that this is going to internally give me an array of java.lang.integer instead of the primitive int, which is what I need for the reflection to work. Ooh. It's not going to work with integer. But we can just try it out. And if need be, I'll just do that reflection part in Java, because you can mix Kotlin and Java code. Like, I'll just write the helper class in Java. That will do it for me in Java. That's literally the first time that I'm having any issues with that. But yeah, that is the one part where Java and Kotlin interoperability is a little bit weird. As Alphabet correctly pointed out, we need to set the we need to set it to the area effect cloud to 0, the size. How does this is always a little bit weird. This is probably where protocol would come in handy. You know what? I'm gonna get over myself. I'm gonna get over myself right here and now and use protocol lib. Four 4.6.0, the last version? No, okay, we're on 4.7.0 snapshot. Oh, that's interesting, Nicholas. Specify libraries in the plugin YML and we will auto-download it when starting the server. But where is it gonna download it from? Like Maven? Or where does it get it from? How does it work? Can you send me a resource on that? That's really interesting. Whoops. Yeah, that's the thing. It's going to be really hard to like construct all of this data watcher stuff without with reflection. Data watchers are always a little bit weird, tricky. Yeah, right. The Maven Central just means that that's where the Maven packages are being stored, but you can download packages from Maven Central from both using both Maven and Gradle. Like we're downloading all of this stuff. All of these dependencies here are also being downloaded from the Maven Central because, as you can see, repositories here says, hey, let's take our local Maven and our central Maven repositories. Good. Now that we got protocol lib, shudder. I'm just gonna copy paste Alvileg's code. Thanks, Nicholas, for DMing me the information on Slack. All right, so I got the code from Alvileg. Cheers, brother. And I'm just going to paste it here. And it's Java code, so you may think, oh no. But IntelliJ is like, let me Kotlinify that for you. Let me turn that into Kotlin for you real quick. So yeah, don't mind if I do. And just yeet. Okay, why do I not have the dependency ready now? Huh, that's weird. Why does it not know the references? I mean, I did reload Gradle. Here. Oh, right. No, that's my bad. That's 100% on me. I forgot to tell it the repository to download it from. So yeah, Alvileg or anybody else, just as I'm specifying the Maven local and Maven central Maven repositories as the source for some of our libraries, I now also have to tell it to look at the dmolloy2 website at their public repository, because that's where ProtocolLib is hosted. As you can see, it's basically just a glorified host for a bunch of libraries. Oh, 4.7.0 is out. So why is it still saying 4.6.0 in the README? Somebody forgot to update the README. All right, now let's see. Nice to see you again, random guy. Still weird that I don't know how to call you apart from random guy. If you want to drop something else that I can call you, then let me know. If not, I understand. All right, yeah, now we got that resolved. Oh, you're setting the entity ID to a random number in your code, Alvileg. That's quite dangerous, because what if that number is already in use by another entity? I mean, chances are slim because there's quite a lot of integers, but you know, better safe than sorry, and make sure that it's never reused by doing this here. Like, wait. Entity count, sorry. This is basically a thread-safe integer that is incremented every time an entity is spawned to give it the next unique entity ID, so that there are never any overlaps. If you're using a random entity ID, you may just get one that is already used, or Minecraft may use one that you're already using for your fake ID later, and then everything's just going to be terribly, like, confusing. You missed the part where I explained to you why using a random entity ID is not a good idea, and you should always use entity count. Ken, you could just jump back in the stream for a second. Yeah, it didn't do that. All right, well, I can just clean it up altogether. That's not really the right comment here. Huh. Why is it like that? Why is that the property accessor? Why is it UUI? That is weird. I didn't notice that until the random guy pointed it out, but that's really weird. I gotta hand that to you. Funny. Don't understand why this line of code here is needed. Set entity watch it to the player. Don't think that that should be the case. Okay, I'm just gonna keep it like that, but I don't understand why you did that. I'll be like, can we just omit that? Great comment here. Thing with Kotlin is you don't actually need to catch exceptions. I really like that. Okay, I'm just gonna keep it like this because it appeared to work for Alpha. Like, don't fully understand this, but I'm also new to Protocol Lab. I've never used this syntax here. Calling it packet and packet2 is not that good, my friend. You should instead give it more explicit names. Actually, we can probably chain all of this if we wanted, but it's fine like that. It's fine like that. All right. The main reason why I'm switching to Protocol Lib is because of the reflection issue where Spigot for some reason includes the Minecraft version in the package name. So because that would make it not work across multiple versions, I'm using Protocol Lib, which does use across multiple versions, so as long as it doesn't change the protocol format. Okay, wait, so what's happening now? I'm going to add a helper function to also allow us to send us protocolled packets. Packet container is the type that we want. Hello, G baby. I mean, thanks for calling me a legend. One thing that's really important to know and to keep in mind is that I'm just a dude. I'm just a person. If you think that I'm a cool programmer, then that really honors me. But I think that anyone can become a really cool programmer. And TMS says universe editing owner G baby is watching. See, you also did some cool stuff for yourself. Don't idolize others, because the problem with idolizing other people and like, oh, they're so great, is that you forget that the same power lies within all of us, man. Like, thank you. It really honors me. But don't forget that you can be a legend just as well. So never be like, oh man, this guy's so cool. I'm looking up to him so much, because it's easy to forget that we are all legendary and we all have the power to create really cool shit and stuff. And yeah, but I'm really happy that I could help you out. And I've seen some stuff of different editing communities, stuff that you're making with the replay mod, and that is actually why I made the replay mod. Like, you guys are making you're making the content that I was dreaming of when I was making the replay mod. Because when I the initial idea, it came from Call of Duty and CS montages with crazy edits, and I was like, oh man, we need to have such an editor in Minecraft as well. And yeah, you're making that happen. You're making it happen, man. So hats off to you as well. I don't know if I'm familiar with your work directly, but I'm gonna check it out afterwards, and I'm gonna leave a comment. So thanks, mate. Thanks, mate. All right. So we got the entity UUID, which we're not using here. I don't think we need to use it. We don't need to remember it actually, but I already had that line of code, so I'm just keeping it. So anyway, we spawn our fake area effect cloud now. Again, thanks Alvelek for giving me the code. I mean, I explained to him what he needs to do in order to do it. So I gave him the idea for that code, and now I'm just taking it back because I haven't used protocol before. Okay, we got all of that done. Now we just got to update the packets that actually teleport the player, the cloud, of course. We're setting it to a radius of 0 so that it's not visible. That's what the metadata packet is for. Okay, now actually we also got to mount the player. So let's see. All right, Alvelek, you're also giving me the code for that. Dope. Thank you, brother. Yeah, it all comes back. Like I was explaining how that kind of stuff works to Alvelek in private chat some time ago, and now I can just use the code. I gotta make sure to add you as a contributor on GitHub, if that's possible at all, without allowing you to change all of my code, because I don't trust you that much. Oh, right. We put this in this run block, so we don't have it in that scope. Fine. Okay. Now, do you also want to send me the code for the teleport packet where you teleport the cloud? That would be pretty cool. TMS, I've been gone off the face of the earth for like 2 years without creating any content. Um, so I'm not surprised that we're not having that many viewers. And honestly, I mean, I would probably code this in my free time. I mean, I would definitely do this in my free time if I wasn't live streaming it. But like this, people who are interested can at least learn something. And I really, really, really enjoy learning or teaching stuff and explaining why I'm coding things in a certain way. Therefore, as long as somebody is getting some value out of it, that's enough for me. I don't need the fame. I have never really. I mean, maybe when I was younger, I cared for the fame, but it doesn't matter. People who care for the fame to satisfy their egos are not really gonna be happy in any case, I guess. The only thing is, it can obviously be very helpful to have a large following if you want to make money. But I'm making my money otherwise. So, of course, I wouldn't complain if I had more viewers, and would be nice to have a large reach, but I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. So don't uh, don't feel bad for me. I would do this if it had like 5 viewers or 500. You know what I'm saying? So it's cool. It's cool, bro. Okay, no more head rotation packets needed because. All right, Alvilex sent me that code and said, "Hey, it has swear words. Be careful." I'm just gonna paste it in. Crap is not that bad of a word. Hmm. Hmm. Why are you reading it? Is that just a packet that teleports the player by 50 every time? Ah, yeah, right. Okay, I see. I don't think that we need this. I think I already have yeah, position delta. I already have this function here. Ah, man, I should have kept some of the old code where I did the whole delta thing. This might be useful later. I may need the... No, I actually don't need the teleport packet in any case because I'm already spawning the entity at the correct position. So we're good. Wait, why did it? Oh, right, I undid the part where I renamed it. All right, now we should be done. So what's happening here is this could, in theory, actually give us issues if we ever move more than 8 blocks between 2 ticks. Like if our camera path is like done super fast and the points are super far away. So we gotta use a different teleport packet later, but it doesn't matter. All right. Do I need to make them game mode 3 for this? Let's see. I don't even know if you can mount somebody in spectator mode. We're just gonna try it out. So the thing is, now we are riding the area effect cloud. However, you still have free control over your head motion while you are on an entity. But for that, I came up with a really cool trick a while ago, which you're gonna see. All right. Okay. Wow. There's been a lot of chat going on since I last checked. TMS, thanks. I appreciate it. I've been a leader for about a year at the Nox crew. It wasn't really for me, which is why I left. Currently, I just prefer coding myself, but I do really like teaching others stuff. What is MC protocol lib bucket? I don't remember that. I don't know what that is, but MC protocol lib, awesome library. Gijs, you are correct. I think I was the one who told Gijs about Kotlin, and because I'm praising it wherever I go. So I'm glad that you were able to adopt it. Yes, extension methods just make it so much nicer. You can pretty much fix the Bukkit API in your own code base by just adding the functions that you wish were there without having to have static utility functions and classes. I don't think the gravity is actually relevant in game mode 3 when mounted, but we'll see. Okay. Are we starting up or what? Ah, right. So let's see then, Nicholas. Nicholas told me that I can use the library loader, so I don't need to install protocol it manually. I just don't know if SpeakRadle supports it, but I'm just gonna, see. But instead of that, what we want is... Okay, now... The question is... Can I also specify a different Maven repository because it's not in Maven Central? Yeah, it only says Maven Central. Can I also... Can I also tell it to use the demolloy Maven? I don't think so. Therefore, unfortunately, I gotta install protocol it manually. Okay, dokey. Let's start the server and hope it works. Wait, you made that? Classic, send me the link now. Send me the link now, because, I mean, I made that in the Noxcruise code base. It's not that complicated, but I want to see your code. Because if you made that, then I will be using that from now on. I'm actually going to go ahead and use it right now, if you tell me that it works. Send me the link, boy. Send me the link. Because MC Protocol Lib, mwah, mwah, mwah. So good, so good. Thank you for the kind words, Lemon. Like, legitimately, even though we're making a bit of money now with the Patreon, which in hindsight I should have probably set up many years ago because the Patreon has only existed for like a year now. This is actually the reason why I'm doing it, because, yeah, just hearing people's satisfaction with something that I made and seeing how it positively changed people's lives, that's the actual reward. It sounds cheesy, but it's just a fact, man. But the money is still nice, though, I'm not gonna lie. Like, if you want, you can support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/replaymod. Okay, so what's happening here? Send me the link, Classic. Send me the link. Put it in chat. No serializer found for float. Alright, because this is the Kotlin float. Ah! Is there a way to just specify the type differently? Is there like... Can't find a constant in the conf-phoenix code. So now we're facing the same issue. This is the Kotlin float. Or is it the... Maybe that's gonna work? Let's see. Let's just try this out. Maybe this works. Still waiting for that link, Mr. Classics. Like, I'm actually excited for this. Maybe I'm gonna do some code review. Maybe I'm gonna do a live code review of this. Who knows? Gonna be like, judging your code. At this point, I should probably move to Twitch if I'm gonna do streams like that more often. But I have quite the big subscribership. So, I mean, then again, there's like 15 of you watching, so I don't think I'm gonna lose a lot by moving to Twitch. Then again, I don't really like Twitch as a company, so... Okay, what's happening now? I'm gonna tweet everything. Gijs, if you want me to review something in particular of yours, then maybe we can do that too. Because I don't know. Sounds interesting. Array index out of bounds exception 0. Dear Mr. Alveleg, did you ever test that code? Probably did. Okay, well we're having the same issue here again with it being an array of integers. We'll just see. We'll just see. Because again, this might internally be this instead of this. But we'll just try it. I changed some code here earlier. It handled this as a special case, but yeah, in the first tick we don't need to teleport the entity anywhere because it is already spawned at the right location. Huh. I didn't get the link classics. What's your GitHub? Just tell me your GitHub name and I'm gonna check it out. Don't have any moderation settings on, but maybe it's just about people. It doesn't want to spam people. I know, Alvilag. I fixed that. Don't worry. I fixed it. I found the issue. Not a big issue. Whoops. Okay. Well, okay, we're having modules here. Having modules here. You copied this from protocol, from some protocol lib code, because this looks oddly familiar. Do you even need to copy it? Don't think you need to actually do that. I'm hearing a bell in my house. This means food is about to be put on the table by my parents because I'm visiting them, which in turn means I better make sure my door is locked, nobody walks in to tell me that food is coming. Lol. My second monitor just died. That is not that good. Okay, it's back. Whatever. Just want to see the part where you hook yourself into Netty. I'm not going to review this in detail now. Only thing I'm noticing already, you should comment your code more. Should comment your code more, brother. But anyway, we set up a point now. Thank you for having me, Gijs. Have a good day and stay cool. You're a cool dude. See you around. All right, this is much smoother, isn't it? This is like 200 times as smooth as it was before. Only thing, again, as I said, you can still look around as much as you want. Yeah, this is much smoother. Yeah, here you can see the difference between reparameterization and no reparameterization real quick. You see, if I set it to true, reparameterization on, it moves constantly at a constant speed even around the corner here. But if we set it to false, it slows down around the corners because of how the Catmull-Rom spline interpolation works. Therefore, that's why we added the reparameterization. What do you mean, Nicholas? Is it because I'm in game mode 3? Is that what you mean by you can see invisible entities? What would you do about that? Would you just put us in creative mode? You can totally do that. Yes, Alba, like I'm pretty sure that that's on the client. Like if you're in spectator mode. No, yeah. If the client thinks you're in spectator mode, then you can see invisible entities. At least I'm like 99% sure about that. Anyway, what we're going to be doing now is make the player look in the right direction. And for that, we have a really neat trick that I came up with a while ago. I'm proud of that one. Because I was just checking out the wiki to see if we can somehow control the player's camera. And yeah, there is a face player packet. That's what WikiVG calls it. And used to rotate the client player to face the given location or entity. Now, if you cannot set a pitch or a yaw in the... Right, okay, wait, first of all, player position and look packet. If you use that to set the player's pitch and yaw, then it... Or does it dismount them? Oh, we can maybe tell it to not dismount the packets. Well, anyway, using the face player packet, we can only rotate the player to just change its pitch or yaw. And you can set the pitch and yaw directly. However, you can simply calculate a point that is pretty far away that would result in the given pitch and yaw when looking at it. So I gave that code to Alvalex some time ago. Now he's sending it back to me. Used NMS because I stole it from Crush Pixel. Oh, yep, that's the code. That's the code. So basically, to set the pitch and yaw, you just calculate a point super far away based on the pitch and yaw. Like you literally just use bucket vector here. Now we just gotta use protocol for this. You could have converted that, brother. Could have converted that. Wait. It's a var int enum. This should work, right? Again, I'm new to protocol lib. I don't like it. I've never used it before extensively. At least not this way of writing the packets. I usually just use packet wrapper. Okay, this should do the trick. Oh. Oh, wait. Extension functions for the win. player, set rotation. No need to pass the player into a static function anymore. We're just making it an extension function. That's pretty awesome, isn't it? So, okay, wait, what's going on here? All right. Now it's this instead of player, of course. That's not a Java thing, correct. Extension functions are only Kotlin only. Only in Kotlin you can say, hey, I want to add a new function to that interface. Yeah, we're on Kotlin. I don't do Java. So let's see if we're now looking in the right direction. Oh. Yeah, that's the problem. I named the extension function the same thing that another... Is that also shadowing? Okay, no. Yeah, it basically there's already a function called set rotation on the player interface. So it used that one instead of my extension function. That's why it didn't work. I just called it set head rotation now because that's a different name, yeah. Oh, right, I'm still using NMS for that. Send to player in your stupid Kotlin way, he says. Okay. Why did it give me a null pointer exception on this one? I mean, can probably check the Minecraft client log. Where do we find that? 1 second. Whenever it like does this thing, by the way, this thing, I'm doing it to for my second screen, which you can see. It's probably an application support. Minecraft. Yeah, let's see. Let's check out the logs. Okay, is it... Oh no! The exception handles when sending it out. But what exactly is the null pointer exception we're having here? I'm a bit confused about this right now. That's going to be a fun one to debug. Well, maybe we can use better protocol lib for it. But I assume... Yeah. Wow, this is literally the code that I wrote, pretty much, except that I wrote it in Kotlin for a different code base. What's the issue, Alva? Tell me about it. Why do you think it gives us null pointer exceptions? Because I have no idea at the moment. I did check the client log read or gaming. However, this error is happening when encoding on the server. So it's not on the... the client can't tell me any details. Why the server can't tell me any details? I don't know either, but apparently Mojang decided to swallow the stack trace instead. Well, I thought I needed the anchor thing, but isn't that what I use integer for? Okay. Avalik just looked up how packet wrapper does it. But that's still using reflection. It's not going to work, is it? Because we are now using NMS again. You know what? So, Classics, are you still in chat? We're going to be trying out your library now. Let's go. I want to do it. Packet.set anchor is what you think. I don't think that's going to work. Yeah, that's not going to work. Because set anchor only works with... that's a packet wrapper function. So, yeah. Where are we? Here we are. No, that's not going to work either, I think. Because anchor, no, it doesn't have anything like that. I'm just gonna try using the better protocol now. If you can talk me through it in chat, that would be really cool. If there's anything that I'm missing, but for now, I'm just assuming that I do Maven install. Hello, Mr. V Spammer. If you do you have anything important to say here? Because I already knew that letter. It's nothing new. Tell me something new and exciting, please. All right, we're installing our viewers library. Maybe we don't. Okay, well, you're being banned. Nah, yeah, I banned him. Awesome. Perfect. Goodbye, Mr. V. V's for Vendetta. I could, but I actually really want to try out your library. Really want to try out your library classics. Do I need to install Bungie locally? Just removing it for now. That's my solution to the build failing. All right. So let's see. I just installed it to my local Maven, so I will be able to reference it here. Ah, you're a German guy. Welcome. Hello from Reutlingen, near Stuttgart. That's where I'm from. Whoops. So I'm really excited to try your library, man. And I mean, the API doesn't look to be terribly confusing, so okay, well. Is it not? Oh, yeah, I'm stupid. I missed an M. MC Dev would have probably been too generic of a name. Sorry. Right, I'll use the API then. Okay, Alvalek now actually sent me how I can do it with protocol lib. I'm just gonna make a temp commit. Just so that I can revert later. I did the commit a little bit too late after I changed it to better protocol, but it's fine. That's not gonna be terrible. So, better protocol API. Wait, what do I need to get here? What is P? Why is this a generic function? I don't understand that. The platform's player type. Okay, that's why we like to have the sources. I assume it's enough to get it only once. Can I get it when the instance is being created? Probably. Not going to take any chances. Going to use lazy evaluation. Oh, wait. Right. Needs to be a better protocol API. So, let's see then. This is really good feedback for you, by the way, on how intuitive your API is, because I have no idea about this, and I'm jumping right in, and you're going to see my reaction live. Oh, well, okay, well, that looks really straightforward. Can I literally just send any device protocol lib packet? You can even have extension functions on a class on classes, which means that the extension function is only available inside that class. But that's convenient to allow me to do this. Just add an extension function. All right, now let's see. This works how I think it does and how I think it should. Then I am seriously impressed, my friend. How do I create an empty object data? How do I do that in MC Protocol Lib? Can you help me out there? I don't know how to do that. No, it doesn't know. I don't want to do it with Protocol Lib anymore, Alvi. Like, I'm committed to this because I have used MC Protocol Lib. We're using it in the MCC code base. And ever since I've added it, I'm not going back. I'm not going back. Wait. I see. Wait, what's going on? Did I miss a field? UID entity type, object date. Oh, it's the Bukkit entity type that I'm using. I don't want that. It explains a thing or two. Wrong input. I mean, I can't tell you a lot of MCC secrets, because, I mean, I left the team, so it would be a bit unfair, but I can tell you a bunch of general tricks that I came up with. So, classics. Oh, look what a handsome fellow is, one of the major contributors to this. But yeah, basically, they are shipping one module per version, and they're also built on MC Protocol Lib. I don't work for the Nox crew anymore, Merlin. I quit 2 months ago because leading a team wasn't what I wanted to do in the long term. Why is it not working now? Get the entity. Oh. How? Why doesn't it? What arguments does it want? Oh, it doesn't even want that. What's happening now? This is confusing. Hello, Grest. Be my Grest. I'm sorry. My voice died when I said that because that's how bad of a joke it was. All right. Well, we got it working now. Not sure why it tells me that it needs the object data here. Whatever. By the way, Lombok is used in MC Protocol Lib, and one of the changes I made was to allow us to add like the wither, which means we're getting all of these with blah 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 with y with x etc. so that we can easily copy them over. That was my biggest contribution to MC Protocol Lib. So we get this one. What kind of team do you lead, Classics? I'm interested. What's your background? I mean, what we're doing, we're using velocity We're using NATs. We're using NATs for communication between servers. We're using KeyDB instead of Redis because it's multi-threaded, but you can use any Redis driver for it. We're using Velocity instead of Bungee. We're using Kotlin because Kotlin. And I think that's the most interesting thing. Apart from that, like we're using dependency injection. I wrote a little tiny dependency injection system for Kotlin, but you can use something like Coin, that is Koin, which is pretty similar. Yeah, I think that's the main hints that I have and that I tell everybody, because it's just, in my experience, the best technologies to use at the moment. Yeah, we use PostgreSQL because I just really like PostgreSQL. I shut down any attempt to use MongoDB because data consistency is quite important to me, and also the idea of not having a schema kind of appalls me. So PostgreSQL, also really good. We use GitLab for CI. I don't know. We use Kubernetes for deployment of our MCC servers. Yeah, and I think that's like the key technologies here. So we get a server entity metadata packet over here. Can we create any entity metadata? Doesn't have any subclasses. So ID, metadata type, and value. What's the ID we need? I think it's 7. Oh no, 0. No, wait. What does it want here? It's just metadata type. Okay, here we go. And I think it should be obvious to everybody now why it's greatly preferable to use MC Protocol Lib's nice packet classes here, because this just makes the code directly object-oriented. No reflection, no stupid, hey, let me just write this field, let me set this to that, how you have to do it with Protocol Lib. No packet wrappers needed, which kind of does the same as MC Protocol Lib, but is always outdated and never really accurate. So yeah, this is just the best project, and I'm really, really happy that Classics created this, because yeah, this is what I suggested. Man, thank you, bro. Thank you. Also, I'm probably gonna, I don't know if I can DM you on GitHub later, but if you have Twitter, just send me a message and let's link on Discord. because I always enjoy meeting new developers. I like to think that I'm a really good developer, and it's hard to find other really good developers that I enjoy working with. But when I find one, it's always great. So reach out to me, bro. So we got this packet, these packets sent now. Now we just gotta make the mount packet. What video do you mean, Snuck? What video do you mean? I'm not sure what you mean. Video on unique IDs from 2015. Hmm? I don't understand what this packet is. Why does it not have any position delta? Is it the position rotation packet instead? Yeah, that looks correct. But what is the entity move packet then? Huh, weird. Yep. So yeah, I gotta input the position delta now. Okay, here we go. That's not the one we want. But that's the difficult part, like always finding out what this new library calls the packet. Yeah, they removed GitHub private messages, but if you don't, I'll see. I'll see to it. I'll see if I can get your email from there. Player facing packet. Yep, that's what we want. That's what it's called. Okay, I wish this had... I wish this had a constructor that doesn't require me to specify the target entity stuff in any case, but that's okay. All right. Yeah, I can't do it here because it requires the protocol to send it. That's right. And here we go. Yep, we are saving so many lines of code simply because we're now using a proper abstraction. And let me yeet protocol lib real quick. And let's see. Better protocol bucket, target, better protocol bucket 10, jar. Wait, there is a constructor for that? Then thanks for pointing it out, but I thought I tried that. Oh, well, thanks, Nicholas. Good catch. Good catch. Sometimes I kind of miss this kind of stuff. Alvelec, before you switch over to Classics' library, let me try it first. We don't know if it works yet. I'm just hoping. Because if it does, great. If it doesn't, I'm happy to contribute. Like, I'm gonna do a code review of that later and maybe contribute a bit here and there. All right, that's the weather I get used to in the UK, man. I'm so glad to be back. Let's go, baby! Classics, you are the man. Let me do that in first person real quick. Wow, it just works. Amazing. Thank you, brother. Thank you very much for making this and saving me a lot of time. Yeah, now I gotta fix the shifting issue. Where I just leave the server. Oh, okay, well, it seems to be jittering because I constantly remount the player. Let me just not send that all the time. That's probably going to make it less jittery. I think it's jittery because it remounts me every tick. And I assume that kind of breaks the interpolation on the client. But we're gonna find out now. I probably can only should only send the mount packet again when the player actually dismounts. The thing is, yeah, that works in theory, but if you dismount, then you got to put him back on. So we got to detect that. However, I'm pretty sure it should be easy to do that because we can just use the packet handler and catch any incoming dismount packets. And if we catch one, we just send Wait a minute. Yeah, for accidental or deliberate shift. Let me see if it's so unsmooth because of the head rotation. Because we can only update the head rotation once per tick. That's the problem. Maybe. I don't think it requires a new entity. Sometimes when you're teleporting, the area effect cloud stays around, I think, on the client, which is why we switched from armor stance to area effect cloud. But I don't think that that's a problem here. Yeah, seems like it was only jittery because of the head rotation going on, so we can probably keep sending the mount packet all the time. Let me just make a significant test by trying what happens if I mount every tick. Yeah, mounting every tick should just be the easiest way of ensuring that they stay where they belong. I'm a huge fan, man. I can send my packets, Embassy Protocol lib, and it just writes them to Netty. Beautiful. I mean, I've implemented something like that before, so I'm not super surprised, but you basically took all of the work off of me. I wanted to do it like that, and you went through the pain of doing it in Java for me. Because let's be realistic, if we ever want this to catch on, it has to be in Java. It can't be in Kotlin. Awesome, man. Awesome. Cool. Oops. Hmm. I mean, hello? Can't move around after dismounting. So maybe we do need a new area effect cloud. Well, maybe I did say something along the lines and I just forgot. I mean, a lot of things have happened in the past 4 months. So please forgive me for forgetting. Um, uh, let's see. We can probably do with a bucket handler here. Ah, is it a vehicle exit event? Or are we just gonna listen to the packet? think the latter sounds more appealing because it allows me to try out the new API by Mr. Classics. I don't think it makes a difference, I'll be like, because in the next tick we're just gonna teleport it after mounting anyway. Nope. It has to be a server-bound one because the server needs, the client needs to notify the server about it. I can't find it in the entity action. Hello, Flonia. Currently trying to find out how to detect a player dismounting a vehicle. Player state packet. I have PTSD looking at this, by the way. I worked on inventory systems at the Nox crew, and that stuff wasn't fun. That wasn't it. I mean, maybe it's just to start sneaking. Maybe it's just to start sneaking packet. But for now, I'm just going to actually do the event handler approach. I'm using IntelliJ, the IDE that everybody should be using when doing any Java stuff. I can only recommend Visual Studio Code for JavaScript / TypeScript stuff. Use TypeScript if you ever do anything JavaScript related, like, please. And IntelliJ for Kotlin and Java, hands down. I even use CLion, which is pretty much the same as IntelliJ for C++ coding. So, yeah, JetBrains IDEs are good, and if you can't use one, then use Visual Studio Code. But don't use Visual Studio ever. I mean, you kind of have to in the C++ world on Windows, but it's not good. If you like JS, then please check out TypeScript. TypeScript takes out a lot of the ways to shoot yourself in the foot in JavaScript by using the wrong types. Use TypeScript, please. At least give it a shot. For Python, you can go for Visual Studio Code would work. You can also go for PyCharm. Oh, right, it's the steer vehicle packet. Yeah, use PyCharm. PyCharm is by JetBrains as well. It's the IntelliJ for Python. Definitely the right way to go. Um, I'm a big fan of annotations classics. Do you have an idea to, do you have plans to make annotation-based packet handlers a thing? Because if not, then let me contribute it. I want that. I really want that. That's a good one as well, Flonya, but that one is server to client, and I want the one client to server. The player pause and look packet tells the client, hey, please go here, and it also tells him dismount or don't dismount. But what we want is the client telling the server, hey, I'm dismounting from this vehicle, and that's done in the client steer vehicle packet, as pointed out by Alvilek. Yeah, I'm gonna contribute annotations to your library, my friend, so that we can just use at packet handler. Oh, we're getting a packet event here. Okay, that's different than the API that I built. So the way that I built it is that I made it return, that I made the return type nullable. So in order to cancel it, you would simply return null instead. But I think that this is also good because if you return null, then you're getting issues in your handler chain. This one is more like the Bukkit listeners, so it's all right. Okay, and it wants me to return a void. Okay. This is a classic case of early exiting, which is something that you should always do. I'm a I'm a big fan of the early exiting programming paradigm. Don't wrap your entire block. Okay, I'm gonna show you how to, what's the bad way to do it. All right. This is not what you want to do, right? You don't want to be, okay, if this is a dismount packet and the player is currently traveling on a camera path, then let's do all of this stuff. No, 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 no. What you want to do is return as early as possible. So that it's easier to understand the logic of the function, right? It's like, okay, this part is only reached in these cases, and it also makes it less cluttered to look at because stuff isn't nested super deeply. That was a big thing that I was paying attention to in code reviews. Early exits, I'm a big fan of them. And yeah, I think I know the website you're talking about. Maybe I even heard about it. I mean, I think that I realized that this is the way to go separately from separately, but then I found the website that just explained it. I'm still using NMS here in order to get the entity count, unfortunately. That's a bit unfortunate because I can't use NMS to make it platform independent, or rather Minecraft version independent. I don't have a degree. I started studying CS at uni, and I dropped out after the first semester pretty much because it was so boring. I taught it to myself, and in my opinion, you don't need a CS degree to be a good developer. I know plenty of developers that have a degree and are not good, because the only way, in my opinion, to become a good developer is to develop, build projects. Back when I started the replay mod, I was so bad, man. Like, the original replay mod code is terrible. That's why Johnny rewrote it completely from scratch when he updated to 1.9. But that's okay. I find code that I wrote recently and where I'm like, oh, what is that? You know? As long as you can see how bad you were in the past, it means that you're improving. Therefore, just put in the work. This is the kind of stuff you can't learn with a lot of theory, in my opinion. Like, you can read about some concepts that can then incorporate into your code, but the absolute majority of the learning is done by doing. Learning by doing. 100%. Okay, now let's kind of clean this up a little bit and not have everything in one huge function, like the whole camera path code. As you can see, this is a little bit weird anyway. I'm literally just scheduling all of the tasks right at once, which doesn't even allow us to stop the camera paths. Let me actually just see how I did it in my old camera studio. Oh, damn, that's... Wait. Oh. Oh, right, he had to decompile my code, I remember, because that was back before I was using Git and everything. Oh, look at that. That was before I knew about Cloud. I'm using the terrible Bukkit command framework. Sheesh. I mean, I don't know if there were more comments to this in the original code. But this is the decompiled code. It's terrible. Also, it uses tabs. Okay. I'm starring this still because it's somebody else recovered my code here. Alright, I have like this static. Okay, no, that is not my code. I don't think that that's... did I really uppercase a variable name here? Sheesh. Like, if somebody showed me this code today, I wouldn't hire them. I remember writing this code. Yeah. Oh man. Oh man. Was simpler times, most definitely. It was simpler times. Um, okay, I thought that I could take some inspiration of the code here, but I mean, to be fair, that was 2014, and I started programming in 2013. So it was one of my first Java projects. But yeah, that was around the same time that I started working on the replay mod, so you can imagine how that went. Okay, now we're gonna be writing some actually interesting code. Let's write a camera path manager. Hmm. Let me think real quick. How do I best design this? What we want is to do... I don't need to ask Johnny for this code design. Like sometimes I do my code design myself, right? I only ask him for opinions when I have ideas already, right? When I'm like, oh, what would you prefer? Would you do it like this or would you do it like that? Kotlin classes are public by default. However, I have enabled explicit API mode, which forces me to make them to specify that they are public, because I think that that's how it should be. Explicit API mode also requires you to specify the return type of every public property and public function, even though it is not required to do it in Kotlin itself, because if you accidentally change the return type of a function, you break API compatibility. So by explicitly specifying it in any case, even though it is also implicitly provided, you cannot accidentally make breaking API changes. So that's why explicit API mode is something that I always use, even in cases where it's not API. I just like it. I like the explicitness. What's going on here? All right. KTFMT isn't working when you have some syntax issues that it doesn't understand. Nothing really happened to it. I'm just not the kind of guy to update stuff, you know. Feel free, if you say you want to continue work on the Panostream mod to keep it alive, then I will gladly make you a contributor after you've made a nice PR, you know. I mean, also a maintainer if you want. I'm always looking for people to maintain my stuff because I enjoy moving on to new things and I don't enjoy commitment and yeah, I don't enjoy being tied down by projects. I want to move on to new things and also relax. I want to get into maintainer stress. So yeah, I usually make projects and then abandon them. Sorry. All right. Welcome to Kotlin. What this does here is quite genius, okay? So basically, the variable playback is of type path playback, but it's nullable because when you remove something, it may return null in case it wasn't there. However, we can simply say, all right, if it's null, just want to return false. So in that case, we return false. And this means that playback is never null. So we can now safely use it. That being said, I don't even think that I need the path playback information. Hello, Alex. Great seeing you here. Look what I'm using. Look what beautiful library I'm using. Yep, that's yours. I always called you City in my streams because I didn't want to leak your name, but I mean, if you're, oh shoot, I'm being overrun by my former colleagues. That's cool. Hi Jackson. Nice seeing you as well. I'm currently making a camera path. Yep, you annotations. You know what just happened? In my last stream, I told somebody how much I hate, I told everybody how much I hate protocol lib and how much I love MC protocol lib, and that for the Nox crew, I made a packet library that uses MC protocol lib, and that maybe I'm going to make an open source version of that someday. And lo and behold, a guy called Classics in our chat here, he just went ahead and made it. And I mean, I streamed that live stream 2 days ago, and now I'm already using it. Like I'm literally the first guy to try it out. He literally just created a Git repo for it, GitHub repo, and it doesn't use annotations yet, but I'm going to contribute that. So yeah, that's pretty pog, I would like to think, because the people that have been watching the stream for the past 2 hours saw me write this code in NMS, then they saw me write it in protocol lib's stupid field setting syntax, and then he told me, hey, I made this with MC protocol lib, and here we go, and it works, and I'm super happy about that. So maybe that's something you could even look into for your code base if you want to support open source work. I'm the first guy to start it. This is literally an hour old. So let me actually paste the link in here. Also, hi JP. Hope you're doing well. Really great to see so many familiar faces here. Okay, so yeah, I want to store the state of a player's playback in this data class. It also needs to remember the idea of the fake area effect cloud. And it has to be a var because apparently we need to create a new one whenever the player dismounts because, yeah. Anyway, Alex, I'm using the area effect cloud now instead of the player spectating, and it's a lot smoother. I think it doesn't make a difference for you guys because MCC only has very, very slow camera paths where the jagginess isn't noticeable at all. But yeah, switching to area effect clouds, which was my original approach, has made it a lot smoother, as the people in the stream can attest for. So we have our camera path manager now. What else do we need to remember? I'm thinking about how to design the task. So I think that the task should always just reschedule itself, probably. But then again, I don't know a lot about Bukkit's scheduler. Nah, I may just do a sync repeating task. Kind of sad to not have the nice dependency injection system that we wrote for MCC, but I'm able to make do with it for now because it's a pretty small scale project. So how can I make this task self-canceling? Have a good day, Nicholas. Thank you for being here. Having a map with player and task ID is not terrible. That's definitely doable. How can I make it cancel itself? Do I need to make it a Bukkit runnable? Really? I could do that, yeah. Store that. Wow. Nicholas, I'm stupid. Thank you. That is obviously the right way to do it. It's I'm a bit new to the idea of coding while talking so much, so sometimes my brain misses some pretty obvious stuff. I'm sorry. It's like, oh hey, look at me, I'm a good coder. Watch me code, and then miserably fail doing very simple things. Okay. Now let's move all of this code where we spawn all of the area effect cloud stuff over to the start function. Yeah, okay, guys, while you're here, maybe you can help me out with this. How is it done in Spigot usually to get rid of this reflection call, NMS reflection call? Because I need to increment the entity count so to get a unique entity ID for each fake entity. However, oh yeah, this needs to be the NMS entity. Yeah, right. The thing that I like to do is introduce an import alias whenever I work with... Oh. Oh. Wow. Thanks. Oh no, I'm not doing it with paper. Not, I need it to be compatible with Spigot. So yeah, I gotta get rid of the NMS because otherwise it won't work because Bukkit decides to put the Minecraft version in the package name. So any tips on how to do this the easiest way would be nice. Paper is amazing. Once in Build Mart, there was a bug where when we were teleporting player from the Build Mart, from their playing area to the Build Mart game area, they would fall through the void for whatever reason because the teleport like range was too large. And Daniel and I were looking for ages for a solution, and it just wasn't that good. And then we changed our API to paper and realized that there is a teleport async function that does literally that and fixes it. I think our fix wasn't even a proper fix. It was just a workaround by moving the teleport points a little bit closer to each other. So yeah, paper's great. And Minecraft by itself is pretty bad. Hmm. Yeah, that's exactly the issue, Lukinka. Teleport async fixes it, but it's paper only. Whoops. Greetings back to Mexico. Never been there, but I heard it's nice. I like any country that's sunny, to be honest. I'm probably gonna visit one day. What's my points by player? Oh, Alvilek just sent me an interesting screenshot saying you can always use minus player.get entity ID for client-side packet hackery if you need an unused entity ID, and it'll be unique for each player. I think that only works once. That only works if you don't spawn multiple entity IDs subsequently, multiple fake entities subsequently, because if it's not incremented, then you're like, if you do that twice, then you're going to get the same negative entity ID twice in a row. Therefore, I don't think, therefore I don't think it makes sense. Yeah, Lukinka, that's why I'm not going to be living in the UK for much longer. I'm gonna move somewhere else now that I'm not Noxcrew employee anymore. I don't think I'm going to be moving back to Germany. I want to see a bit of the world before. I can see myself living in southern Europe. I've been to Spain and Portugal over the past month. Maybe I'm going to move to Switzerland. That's also something I can see happening. I'm not necessarily gonna move to Spain, bro, only because you live there. Wait, where is the code that where I created? Oh, here we go. Oh. Why is that deprecated now? Ah, I see. Thank you very much for joining us, Flonya, and have a very great day as well. So let's see. Currently just moving most of the code over to that repeating task. I want to move this out of the way here. Moving things into separate functions is always good. Like, as I said in my initial stream, the huge mess I created, it's not that great. Or maybe gonna make this function here. That makes a lot more sense, I think. What's going on here? Why is this saying type inference failed? Ah, my bad. All right, yeah. I'm gonna do the ticking here. Minecraft Tees is a server, a Discord server where a lot of Minecraft developers are. All right. Well, I'm getting asked a question about battle rap here. The answer is yes. Deadline to upload the rounds was yesterday. So, yep, it's done and it's dope. Release is on Sunday. To anybody who's not German and doesn't understand what I'm talking about, I'm doing battle rap competition online, German battle rap competition. So, yeah, that's what the guy was referring to. Are you here for the stream, or do you just want to see me? Do you just want to know that? Whoops, that was the wrong hotkey. It's annoying that you always need the instance of protocol, but I assume that it's not expensive at all to just put it in there. My keyboard is falling apart because I decided to clean some of my keys on my MacBook quite a while back, and I broke them, unfortunately. It's the arrow keys, up and down arrow keys, and in my model you would need to replace the entire top half of the MacBook, and that's expensive. So yeah, I haven't done it yet, and I'm just dealing with it. But sometimes when I'm using them, they fall apart, and then I need to fiddle with it for a second. Anyway, so we got these points here, and we are teleporting the area effect cloud to the next location. Do we need to, yeah, we also need to mount them again. I think I'm just gonna send the mount packet first in any case. And I'm gonna construct the mount packet in the constructor. We gotta send it all the time anyway. We will need to update the mount packet every time. because the fake entity ID isn't constant anymore if we assume that it can change because we get to spawn a new one after dismounting. So I was just invited to it, so it's probably public. Classics. I can get you in, no worries. Just add me on Discord. Okay, we got them mounted. We got all of this done. Ah, we just got to do the head rotation setting. Thanks, Classic. I'm gonna send you a DM later. Okay, so we do have this all in this tick function now, which is being called every tick. And if I haven't missed anything, it should work the same way that it did before. All right, we just gotta remember the player's previous game mode. Clean up. Let me just store the player in here as well. Again, this is usually a memory leak. If you forget to remove, this is a memory leak if you forget to remove it when the player disconnects. So we absolutely get a call stop when the player disconnects. All right, this is just or maybe I'm going to create a factory function instead. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to be doing. And that's this has a quite special syntax in Kotlin because we are creating a companion object. Basically, that Kotlin doesn't have an equivalent of static functions, so you got to put a function on a companion object. That's how it works. I'm starting to like this code design here now. Wait, where did the start function go now? Did I? No, it still has to exist, right? Ah, here it is. Okay, now we got all of this stuff set up. Oh man, yeah, that's the only annoying thing. The fact that I need an instance of the protocol everywhere. Unless, you know what? This shouldn't be too expensive, right? Yeah, right. It's just literally just a singleton pattern, so I can just make this a public extension function to be used from anywhere without having to store the instance of protocol anywhere. That's good. We need the ID of the task as well, unfortunately. So we gotta schedule it in here too. Okay, now we have a chicken or egg situation right here, because in order to get the task ID, we got to schedule a task that references the path playback, but the path playback itself also needs to know its path ID, right? So we don't really have a way to do it unless we use late initialization. And luckily, Kotlin has a thing called late init var. Oh wait, you cannot do it on primitive types? Bruh. For real? Uh, Okay, so now we're doing basically two-step initialization, which is not beautiful, but I guess it works. Um, How did yours work, villager number 255? Tell me about it. Because I made such a cinematic plugin as well a while back, but it is pretty terrible. It only used linear interpolation, only teleported you 20 times a second, which was quite jaggy. This one is much smoother. At least for motion, not necessarily for head rotation, because we can only update that 20 times a second. Unless we send out the packet more frequently, but for that we would need to escape the packet loop and send packets asynchronously. And I mean, maybe classics can correct me here, but is the Netty pipeline actually thread safe? Because in that case, we could make smooth animations by just manually sending the packets at, let's say, 50, 60 frames a second, which is not possible with the Bukkit scheduler. But if we can send them from a different thread, that shouldn't matter. Because as far as I'm aware, the Minecraft client instantly handles packets. It doesn't wait for the next tick. So, or maybe it does wait for the next tick. Because, right, it probably waits for the next tick because the Minecraft Netty thread on the client receives the packet. And then it schedules for the handling to be executed on the Minecraft thread, since it needs to be handled thread safely. And therefore it waits until the next tick. So maybe that idea doesn't even work the way that I thought. Lukinka, do you mean that it does wait for the next tick? Yeah, that would make sense because it needs to synchronize with the main loop in order to ensure thread safety of packet handling. Therefore, has to wait for the next tick, yeah. Ah, that's a bummer. So, now we got the path playback set up. Now let's just add a stop function. I mean, yeah, no, that would be the same. Yeah. That's what I was suggesting, what I was afraid of as well, classics. That's what I think too. It only handles packets 20 times a second because synchronizing with the main thread can only be done 20 times a second. I have heard of Mindstorm, and I really wanted to use it for MCC event. However, it just wasn't far enough back then. But I am watching that project with great interest. It's cool. It getting rid of everything Bukkit is definitely a noble thing to attempt. And I think their project looks pretty good. I even interviewed one of the developers for the Nox crew at some point, and he would have been hired, but bureaucracy kind of prevented it. So, wait, where's the code that removes the entity again? That's a fair point, Adrian, but if you're working on a proprietary code base or in a self-contained code base or a server that doesn't need any other plugins, and you can develop it all yourself, then Mindstorm is definitely an option. Okay, we're spawning the entity. I think this should be it now. Replay systems. How does that work? Is it just to play back the packets that are being recorded elsewhere? Or is it to or does it also is it also used to play on when capturing? Because yeah, I see pretty could work pretty well when just playing it back. I mean, I've worked on a replay system before. I mean, replay mod guy here, you know, but that's pretty interesting. Okay, now we got playback start and playback stop. Okay, this should work now. Now we should be able to stop it. Let's see. Just gotta create myself an instance of the camera path manager. Whoops. My OCD requires me to order them by length so that it looks like a nice pyramid. But I don't actually have OCD. Oh, wait. Is that still Java duration? No, I want Kotlin duration. Give me Kotlin duration. I googled that one before. I see. You do duration to duration unit seconds. That's crazy. That's an interesting. See, they are adding an extension function to a primitive type here, and it works quite well. That's pretty cool. That's something that I wanna do later. All right, I still gotta expose functions to edit command. Oh wait, no, 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 I had to keep that. Okay, let's go. Now we should be able to stop camera paths. Okay, just wanted to make sure I don't have any better protocol fields lying around anywhere, because I really don't need them now that I got this extension function. Okay, that's the moment of truth. I did a lot of refactoring, which should now also allow us to stop the playback, which I geniusly didn't add a command for. Villager, that's what we tried as well here. A little bit too janky. It's a little bit too janky. I'm going to explain to you my system in a second. Another case of early exit here. This should work now. Now we get the cam stop command. See how nice it is, how nice and easy it is to add commands with the annotation syntax. Okay, so basically the way we're doing it is by spawning a fake area effect cloud using packets, using Classics's better protocol library, which I suggested someone to make, or which I would have made, which is made based on MC protocol lib. And he made, thanks bro, again, like, thanks for saving me the time, and it's great. And then we're just teleporting that cloud around, which gives us the position interpolation, the smooth interpolation on the client, so it's not janky. But for rotation interpolation, to make to actually force the player to look somewhere specific, we're using the look at packet. But let's just see. Let's add a bunch of points. Oh yeah, baby. That still works. And that works as well. But did it teleport me anywhere else? We can even restart it like that. Wait, that's an interesting one. Why does it teleport me back to where I started? Or does it not do that? Wait, I need to check this in F3. Yeah, the only thing that's not super smooth about this, again, is the player rotation. Because the rotation can only be updated 20 times a second. But other than that's the best we can do. It kills the entity, so we get moved back to where we were. That's weird behavior, but I'll take it, I guess. Interesting behavior. Well, I was thinking about just teleporting the player back to the start anyway, but oh, what do I see here? I'm gonna DM you that one. I'm gonna send you that error, dear classics. Actually, let's make it a GitHub issue, because that's how to do things. I'm just gonna keep it simple. And just paste it in there. But yeah, use your issue tracker. Nice. I mean, it's not a terrible issue anyway, so everything still works since it's an error on leaving. But I have an error here. Right. Okay. So now we can start and stop the camera. One of my to-dos for today's stream is re-adding all of the commands of the original CP Camera Studio, which are all neatly described here. Thanks for that. Chrisman 13. Scrisman. Cam P, Cam R. That's a good one. Let me just add that one. Maybe I should. Maybe I should move all of the command methods to the camera path manager. That way I wouldn't need to delegate them all. I think I'm gonna do that. Villager, I have moved on as well. I am not really in the scene anymore, but I decided to come back for this little thing. I'm mostly doing audio development these days. I made an autotune plugin that's quite nice. It's called the Crispy Tuner. So my passion for audio development is definitely there because I like to make music as well. I'm a musician. Nah, actually, I'm going to keep that layer of Whoops. I'm going to keep that layer of separation here. I kind of like that abstraction. Tricks on how to programmatically test plugins. Mock Bukkit. Just unit test the stuff that doesn't rely on Bukkit. We haven't really done a lot of integration tests in MCC, at least not while I was there. Maybe Alex improved the stuff. So I don't really have any specific ideas. Merlin, if you want to make VST plugins, then you should use Juice, the Juice framework. This is Juice. I can only recommend it. This is the cool guy who made it. Pretty hot, if you ask me. And the plugin I made with it is... Let me show you the original website from before I sold it to Brainworks. Vocal tuning plugin. Pretty cool stuff. I almost swore there. I also made that website myself. Nowadays, it is being sold as the Brainworks BX Crispy Tuner. And yeah, that's all made in Juice. Was my first C++ project. I picked it up quite quickly. And yeah, it's definitely the way to go. If you have any questions there, DM me on Twitter, or maybe don't DM me because I don't really check my DMs that often. Shoot me a message on Twitter and we can link on Discord if you're interested. So I now want to dry up this computive absent call here. Hold on. All right, I'm too far up, too high. The packet stuff, we have switched that over now to Classics' library, which uses MC protocol lib. So that's cool. I'll show you in a second. This is the library. Beta protocol. We switched over. I used to use NMS. Then I realized that NMS is going to make it platform dependent or version dependent because Minecraft, or Spigot rather, includes the Minecraft version in the package names of NMS. And oh, Nick, you made the Mindstorm replay system? Nick and I, we're chatting a bit every now and then. That's cool. I didn't know you made that. But then again, I'm not even active in my own... then again, I'm not even that active in my own replay mod Discord because, as I said, I like to move on from things. Well, to be fair, Nick, it doesn't have to be original to be good. The Crispy Tuner is also really good, but it's not original because it's based on the idea of auto-tuning, right? So if you put a cool spin on an existing concept, there's nothing wrong with that. I want to deliberately have it throw... Nah, never mind. Don't want to deliberately throw. This is a really cool thing you can do in Kotlin. It adds the extension property indices to each collection, which gives you a range with all valid indices, and then you can simply use the in keyword to check whether something is in range. I mean, I like to move on from things, but sometimes I also like to do the stuff that I want to do, you know? Like, I just felt like making this, so that's why I'm doing it. I generally just do what I like and what I have fun doing, and I'm having a lot of fun doing this. Oh man. Thanks, bro. Thank you, Nick, very much for these kind words. I know you've written me this on Discord before, but I really appreciate it, and I'm really happy that it made a difference in your life. It made all the difference in my life. It kickstarted my career as a developer. Um, it opened me a lot of doors, but the most important thing is that it actually adds some benefit to the world, and I'm really happy that you like it so much. All right. So now we should be able to remove points as well at a specific index. Now, wait, is it possible to insert a camera point, a camera path? In the original CP Camera Studio. Huh. Doesn't seem to be possible. Oh, that's great to hear, Merlin. Nice. It's making me happy. So, okay, what do you guys think about syntaxes for adding points? Because here's the issue. I want to allow the player to specify the location in the command so that they can set up very precise camera paths with very precise pitch and yaw values. But I also want to allow them to insert a point at a given index. However, I also want them to be able to insert it at a specific index without specifying the location. So, is this gonna work? Flags? Okay. How, okay, let me read up on them. Let me read up on flags. I'm glad you know Cloud, because again, Cloud is the reason why I hired Alex for the Nox crew, and now he's pretty much running the show there. If anything, I'm going to be using Incendo's new framework for frameworks called interfaces. Which gives us a nice little 404. But yeah, if anything, I'm going to try that out. It's really new. It was spawned after I left the Nox crew. Because I was working on inventory systems before, and when I left, they were like, okay, let's do this the proper way, I guess. No, I'm just kidding, but they decided to open source it. So they are building one of them, a new framework here. So let's see about flags. Let me read up on this. Flags are named optional values that can either have an associated argument or have the value evaluated by whether the flag is present. So it's a Boolean flag. Got it. These flags are always optional. The thing is, can I combine them? Dude, I had a really good inventory system. I wrote such an amazing inventory system. It was fully reactive and data-driven, which means that it would only re-render when the state changed. And it was really good. It's really good. I'm proud of that one. So it's not incredibly hard to make a really good inventory system. Flag should not be used together with argument, nor should flags be included in the command method syntax string. Can I have the flag before the location definition though? All right, you're right. Yep, that wasn't very dry of me. I'm sorry. My fault. My bad. It's not terrible. It's not terrible in cases like that, but you're right. I shouldn't repeat them. So let's see how the flags work, because I'm still skeptical. I don't even know. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. Oh no, wait. It's probably because of this. Probably because I got this duplicate here. That's probably where I screwed it up. Let me try again. I did make a Gradle plugin before. For MCC, at some point I made a Gradle plugin that that traverses the Kotlin abstract syntax tree of the code and finds calls to specific functions and uses and takes the string arguments passed to him and uses them as localization keys to upload them to a localization platform. So yes, I made one before, but we switched to a more classic localization system afterwards. But yeah, so yeah, I was parsing the code based on the abstract syntax tree. That was pretty dope. It was pretty fun, even though it didn't end up being used. Why did I time out, mate? How did I time out? Server was up and running. MCC, I don't know. It's not up to me. Whether MCC is going to be open source, because I'm not working there anymore. But I doubt it. So classics, that's what I was afraid of. I can't use a flag with optional parameters unless I specify the optional parameter. I would prefer if I could simply either insert it I wish I could like insert it without specifying the location, you know, keeping it optional. So maybe that's a feature request that I can give to City at some point. I'm actually doing it right now on the stream. All right, yeah, I complained to the author of the cloud library directly, and he listens to me. Yeah, I just messaged him, telling him to add that, or I added the feature request rather. So I guess the only way that we can insert is by changing this to cam add and cam insert for now. Thanks for fixing it, Classics. Again, are you interested in me adding support for annotation-based method handlers, packet handlers? Because I would like to add that. My X key is unfortunately also broken. It's the up and down keys and the X key. And I just did Control and X. So, let's see. I even, I'm going to be using a library called Lambda Attack. No, wait. Not Lambda Attack. Lambda Attack is the bot thing. I created a I'm going to be using a Lambda library that makes it much faster to invoke these handler functions than it would be when doing reflection. I love working with annotations as well. City looks down on me for using for not using the builder pattern with Cloud, but he's wrong. I love him, and he's one of the best developers I know, but he's wrong about that. Well, now that you're sharing your Discord publicly, I'm just gonna be adding you real quick. Friends, add friend. There we go. Friend request sent. Let's go. So now we have the way to add, insert, remove points, start and stop. What other commands do we want? Why is it oh. I was wondering why it's not peaceful anymore, because I did change that earlier after getting slain by the evil Enderman, but probably because I didn't shut down the server properly, I guess. Now, let's see. What other commands were there? Cam clear. I'm going to call it cam clear. Here we go. That was an easy addition. cam list. Let me add cam go. Yeah. Let me add cam go to and cam list. That happens to me a lot, Nick. Like, whenever I write the annotation, I'm like, oh, well, I just defined the method. Let me add the method body. And then I'm like, oh, no, that wasn't what was going on. I'm not in Britain right now. I'm in Germany at the moment. I like it here a bit more. But I will have to return. The thing is, I'm going to go on a hiking trip to Romania at the end of August. And I cannot really return to the UK before that because I would have to do 14 days of quarantine otherwise, since it's a virus variant area. So that's not ideal. All right, we got cam go to. Now next would be cam list. I forgot the argument here and nobody warned me. Come on, guys. Pay more attention when I'm coding. Oh, wait. I cannot do that. I cannot do index minus minus because it's not possible to change parameters. It's not possible to change method parameters. They are constant, so that's why this bro moment exists. I have to create a new variable. Who's getting bruh now, bro? Also a nice thing in Kotlin with index. I also showed you that. I think I showed you that one last time as well. What else do we have? What other commands? Why is cam preview a thing? I didn't add that. I think that it had to be the Chrisman guy, because that doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, oh, I see. He's serializing them. That's something I may add, but where do you save it to? Where do you save your camera points to? Is it just file on disk? Anyway, I think we got all of the important commands down now. Now let me just test it thoroughly. Pan, you're going to see what this plugin is going to do. My thoughts on C# are that C# is what Java should have been. So I like it. I don't like the fact that it, .NET framework is very much Windows login kind of thing. But there's also the Mono framework, so you can use it with... I've only used it with Unity before, but I like C#. It's a good language. It's a good language. It's definitely what Java should have been. But yeah, I just use Kotlin whenever I can, so... Alvileg, if you are trying to get the IntelliJ debugger to work with Pterodactyl, then you probably need to... I mean, if I understand correctly, your Minecraft servers run in a Docker container in Pterodactyl. So you need to allow it to open the port so that from the outside you can get into the Docker container and attach your debugger on that port. So maybe you need to enable port forwarding / just opening the port. Okay, maybe I'm out of date, but isn't .NET Core like pretty limited from what I've heard? But I may be wrong. Anyway, I don't see a reason for me to use C# for anything, Well, there you got your problem, Nick. Microsoft is working on it. So I don't like Microsoft. Is it just me, or is it now weirdly lagging a bit? Not spectating an entity anymore. We're now riding an area effect cloud, which makes it much smoother. Why is this happening? Why is it jittering like that? That's supposed to happen. It's not much, but it's noticeable. Like you get teleported back a little bit. I don't understand why Cloud gives me so much auto-completion on my... Why does it give me auto-completion on fucking numbers, mate? Nick, the interpolation is super easy. I showed it in yesterday's, no, it wasn't yesterday, in Saturday's stream, but basically it's totally easy. Hold on, let me show you the code. Interpolation, simple linear interpolation, right? Catmull-Rom spline interpolation only requires you to specify 4 points. The point before and the point after the segment you're trying to interpolate, because it needs to know how it has to curve into the segment, right? So it needs the point after and the point before for reference so that it knows how it has to curve into it. And yeah, with that 4 values, previous point, first point, second point, subsequent point, you literally just pop in this formula, which I got of Paul Burke's amazing website about interpolation. That is applied to each axis separately, and that's how it works. So we could even have different types of interpolation, but Catmull-Rom is sufficient. Let me actually see which ones we have in the replay mod. Yeah, we got a bunch of them. This is set up a little bit differently than my interpolation code, but at the end of the day, it's just using the same maths behind the scenes. It looks a lot crazier. Why is it that crazy? It shouldn't be that crazy. Damn. Wait, where's the other cubic spline? Yeah, I mean, this looks like overkill, but I mean, I wrote that code a long time ago, so I don't know. Like, this is literally the only equation you need to solve. So here's the thing. We have a problem. We have a problem right now, which is that I just... Why is it raining constantly? Come on, man. I don't want to go back to there. I don't want to go back to the UK. We got a problem with rotation because... Let me show you something. Point with yaw at 3. Point with yaw at minus 19. Oops. Let's interpolate. This is the last thing I'm going to do before ending the stream because yeah, it's 10 o'clock now. But as you can see, it makes sense. Let's list the camera points real quick. Yaw is at 3, and here yaw is at 340. So obviously, it makes a lot of sense for it to be like, okay, let me interpolate between 3 and 340, with it not knowing that instead it could also just interpolate between, like, that it's much faster to wrap around it like this, like from 12 to minus 12, for example. But yeah, it's the equivalent of it being the positive value. So the reason why in chat it is this is because I think Bukkit normalizes them. Let's actually look at that. Yeah, it does get bucket yaw. But anyway, it doesn't matter. It needs to it needs to it needs to work in any case. So basically, what we're going to be doing is writing a little algorithm that is going to make sure that it always uses the shortest possible path between two yaw values, right? So I'm thinking if I'm about just yoinking that code from the replay mod, or let's see, maybe I can come up with it again from scratch. But then again, didn't we just see it here? Linear interpolator. Yeah, this is the code where wrapping around is done. Yeah, we can just yoink the code from here. So basically, it says, okay, this is the first keyframe, first yaw value. This is the second yaw value. The upper bound is 360, I think. And we're just checking whether wrapping around has a shorter value than going that way around. And if so, we are applying the value. I assume that this also allows us to result in negative values. Yeah, classics. I'm going to change the location toString to a better toString method, okay? Don't worry about it. It's just really, really ugly. Let me remove this reparameterization here. That code, because I always want to reparameterize. Because I only had this in for demonstration purposes so that I can explain why reparameterization is required. Let's see. Where do I best apply that? Probably when baking the points. What's going on here? All right. Right, I need to do it when constructing the path segments. I'm reading chat and smiling. Okay. Wait, what's going on here? Yeah, I'm just bad at using syntax. Why exactly? Oh, right. It's not it doesn't give it to me as a single object that needs to be destructured. It actually gives me, asks me to give a function with two parameters. Yeah, Protocolib is terrible. Classics, if you are interested in adding velocity support, that would be really, really good. Yeah, nobody can get behind Protocolib. Again, I've used this MC Protocolib based approach in the MCC code base. We're using it on a really large scale in production. Obviously not exactly your code, but the same system. So it's really good. It's really good. So let's see. Packet-based message localization, that's an interesting thing. It makes sense to do that for items which you want to share, or which you want to show to multiple players. However, for MCC, I decided that it would probably be best to just use client-side localization for that, because we have control over the resource pack. But if you don't have control over the resource pack, then yeah, packet manipulation is a good idea. Yeah, race conditions in Protocolib. Again, we had issues in MCC season 1. Very first MCC was the only MCC that had this issue, because when sending players over to a different server, sometimes packets didn't arrive in the right order, and packets from the play protocol phase were sent before the login phase was actually finished. And how did that happen? Why did that happen? It was simply because we had Protocolib installed. Just inserting a handler that does nothing whatsoever already introduces race conditions, which mean that it's not guaranteed that packets are actually received by the server in the same order that they are sent in by the client, and therefore Protocolib can go screw off. Yeah, therefore don't use Protocolib ever unless you like your code to be unpredictable. What is Minecraft Cursed Legacy? Huh, I see. That would be funny if the replay mode existed for that. And that's the kind of stuff that you really only do if you're fascinated by something. Yeah, the real usage for Protocolib is to make your server unpredictable. I I gotta see if Kotlin's modulo is always positive. If both A and N are positive in all programming languages, and mod N is the remainder of the Euclidean division. Okay, well, good. In that case, we don't need to use the new positive mod function that has been added in Kotlin 1.5. Good job, Alvilek. Yeah, let us know how you attached your debugger in Pterodactyl. Well, Alvilek, in that case, you should probably consider adding a firewall. Yes, that is pure vodka that I'm drinking here. It really helps me programming. Does it work like that? Is that the correct code? Gotta think real quick. Let me take a peek with the replay mod code again. Yeah, it wasn't. No, like for real though, this is actually water, but having a little bit of beer can be beneficial to your programming capabilities. Like I find that it helps me focus. But I don't do it often because I mean I think that would be I don't want to be dependent on it, you know. What is fraction here? Why does fraction exist? Ah, it's for interpolation, right? That's the part where we're interpolating. Why is it mixing? Why is it mixing the wrapping and the interpolation code? Yeah, that's not great. Code I wrote here for both MCC and this plugin is much cleaner. Um, Now, here's something that I need to clarify. The replay mod and the replay studio code is LGPL license, which means it is incompatible with the MIT license that I'm planning to use for this plugin. So if you were to go ahead and take replay mod code, you would have to make your code LGPL or GPL license as well. However, since I wrote it, I can steal from it whenever I want and still make give this code a more lenient license, which is actually what I'll be doing now. Here we go. That's moi. I'm a big fan of lenient open source. Like, take that code if you want. Reviewing people's code. I mean, I may just actually start streaming on Twitch at this rate. I don't see the point of staying on YouTube. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Because, I mean, we're streaming for 5.5 hours now. Holy macaroni. I don't know. It feels like this is something that should be done on Twitch. Would you move over? Okay. Well, then how do I get all of these people that are interested in it based on YouTube over there? I don't think I need to make money off of this, but I'll think about it. Yeah, the coding community is what the interesting part is. I would like to grow a community there. I mean, I don't like Twitch as a company, but then again, YouTube as a company is pretty bad as well. So, you know. Let's see if this works. Oh wait. Gotta use the yaw corrected keyframes, of course. Because I can't reassign to keyframes. That's actually a little bit annoying. Like, I wish I could, but whatevs. Are the original keyframes still used anywhere? Okay, looks good now. No. No, classics. I want you to stay. I want you to be on these streams. You sure you wouldn't come to Twitch? Sure you wouldn't come to Twitch, bro? I mean, like, if you're interested in watching a streamer, the platform doesn't really matter, does it? All right, I changed this. Hey Nick, are you sponsored by Sponsor Block? I gotta remove your comment and block it. Ah, damn. So let's see. I do announce the streams to Twitter, but Classics doesn't have Twitter. That's the problem. Alrighty. Here we go. Now it's not interpolating over the long way anymore. Here it's wrapping around the right way. Okay, okay. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Now let's see what if we go back again. I'll be like, if you want to do a 360, then what you got to do is to create multiple points along the way. I can show you. Whoops. Hey, Jaren. Yes, you're welcome for PixelCam. This is pretty much the same thing, just as a plugin. I'm not maintaining PixelCam anymore, but probably should. But as I explained earlier, I kinda prefer to just move on to new things and do what I feel like. So this is a 360 alpha leg. Okay, maybe that didn't work as it was supposed to. Oh man. Yeah, would that work? Would posting on the community tab work for you, Classics? We got a bug here. We got a bug here. Okay, it's here. Then it goes correctly to here. And then it should go here. Let me try again. Or was that correct behavior? You are very much correct, dear Lukinka. Thank you very much. Why did it just close this? Wait. Yeah, that's how it shows that I've been programming for a long time in a row. Like, I feel like you can't really focus on programming for more than 4 hours a day and still be fully concentrated. All right, yeah, I'm going to be moving to Twitch in the future then. And I mean, I can't promise that I'm going to stream regularly, but this is fun and I don't have a lot better things to do. Yeah. Well, at the Nox Crew, I used to work 12-hour sessions as well, and that's one of the reasons why I left, because it just got too stressful, but there was just so much to do, so I felt pressure to work a lot, especially being the lead. and that wasn't a healthy environment for myself. So I decided to just do me. It's one of the many factors. I don't know, man. Like, is anybody actually interested in watching 5.5 hour VODs? I don't think so. Nick, that's a good idea to talk to me during the chat, during the programming. However, now actually it's a terrible idea because I can't focus at all when I'm hearing people talk. Like, it's already distracting enough to look at chat. I can't really get into the flow state like that, even though it is still very enjoyable like this. But I don't think it makes sense to have you in my ear, especially if you guys are going to talk to each other, you know? Like, that sounds like a terrible idea. You should, we're going to stick to chat. But yeah, maybe I'm going to make a Discord server. That's a good idea. How I judge code, Raider, I look at it and I just think, I don't know, I just see code patterns, paradigms that I like or that I dislike. Stuff like writing dry code, stuff like proper variable names, proper comments, but there's so many criteria that I judge by that it's really hard to just explain it all, you know. Okay, well, what about having the VODs on YouTube, on Twitch then? What about having the VODs on Twitch? What do you think about that? For some reason, I'm thinking, I'm being a little bit uncomfortable with having my VODs on YouTube because that's not really the content that people are interested in on the main channel. I know that I'm not really making any new content, but it's also like if I screw up with anything live, such as I used the F word earlier, it's there forever, you know. So it's like if it's a stream, it just happened, but I think I can get used to it. First yaw, then pitch. 0, 0. Excuse me? Excuse me, I want a cam ad. What's going on here? What's going on, mate? Why are you saying that's the wrong syntax? Doesn't location allow me to specify location? What's going on? Who? It does. I know that location supports the relative stuff because City added that to what's it called? Cloud explicitly. No, location is not XYZ, is it? Location includes the rotation. Position, like a vector, would only be XYZ. I see. Well. Huh. Now that's something I'll have to complain to I'll complain to City about that. Okay, I mean, the reason why I thought that it would work is because I mean, you can complain directly to me. You got me on Discord. The thing is, I don't know if I'm going to like actually do anything with it. The reason why I thought that it should work with pitch and yaw is because whoops. Okay, well, it used to be the case. Yeah, no, you can still do it. You can set your rotation. So if rotation is a single argument here, then what is the equivalent of that in cloud? It's getting really late. I'm like talking very slowly, as you can tell. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna do a good thing for classics now. How do I make it only? Yeah, that's what I want to do. Oh well, seems like this is what we should do. Use the good old Java format instead. Okay, we're pretty printing it now. Where am I repeating myself? Huh? Where am I repeating myself, mate? What's your problem? You. All right, Lakinka. Yes, we're done here anyway. I'm going to wrap up the stream now. Right, I actually gotta add a check if every point is in the same world. I gotta dry this up somehow. Oh, right. Let me just restart. Okay, I'm going to do the check if all points are in the same world. The moment of truth. It's hitting the GitHub repo right after the stream. I mean, I can actually just commit it on stream before I go. All right. Is that better? Huh? Is that better? Better for you, Mr. Classics? Where did I miss a return? I didn't miss any return. Yeah. Nah. It's fine. Good. Oh yeah, I understand. I understand now. Oh wait, this is in the completely wrong point anyway. This wouldn't have worked. Fair. All right. Now everything should be working though. I shall commit to Git one thing that I always do before committing is to just go across all of the changes real quick just to see if I spot any issues. Looking all right. I could have commented it more, but I don't know. For some reason, when I'm just programming by myself, I'm writing the comments to just talk to myself and explain the code to myself because it just forces you to think about it more on what you want to do in each function. However, when I'm talking to the stream, it's kind of like I'm already doing that. So, and I also feel like I'm kind of like wasting time by just writing that down, even though that's like wrong. Like I'm showing a vital part of programming by writing the comments. But I'm going to try to improve that. All right, this deserves an emoji. You were on the build team of the crushedpixel.net Minecraft server. You must have probably been managed by Raf then, Rafessor, who's now leading Spark Universe, the company. You can probably reach out to him if you want a job. That's really cool. Nice to see you here. Yeah, the stream is wrapping up now. I did commit to the GitHub repository. Give me the GitHub stars. Give me the stars. I'm not doing it for the fame, but stars are an exception. GitHub star. I'm actually quite happy about GitHub stars. I got quite a few GitHub stars on this Polyline 2D library, which I wrote in C++ for the crispy tuner, because I use it to render some thick lines. Yeah, and I'm always happy to see how many people find this useful, you know. Like that's why I like the stars, because it means that this open source library that I made is actually being used by people. So that makes me happy. Ultimate Camera Studio. Thank you. Somebody gave me a star. Who was it? Alvilek, you were the last one to give me a star. Mwah. Nice. I see Nick was the first one even nicer. Thanks, guys. All right. So, yeah, well, you should also go over and most definitely star Better Protocol, which I'm going to contribute to probably. It's super late and I'm super tired. I may just do it on stream. I'm considering streaming again tomorrow evening on Twitch this time. I'm going to set everything up and let you know on Twitter. And I'm also going to do a community tab post on YouTube, of course. And I am considering moving all of my VODs to a secondary channel where people that are interested in them can watch them, but it doesn't like come up on the main channel right away. Yeah, it's currently for 1.16.5 simply because that was the easiest to set up a boilerplate for. I tried doing it for 1.17, but for some reason that didn't work immediately, so I was like, let me just go for 1.16. But yeah, this code is portable. There's only one line of code currently that uses NMS and reflection, which I will eventually get rid of. So, yeah, I'm planning to make it version agnostic. Anyway, thank you very much, guys, for sticking around again. This was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed talking to you guys. Thanks again to Classics MCM Dev for making this library. Really, really nice. And see you guys soon, maybe tomorrow if I decide to stream tomorrow. Maybe another time. If it's not tomorrow or on Wednesday, it's probably going to have to be on Friday then, because I have plans for the evening on Wednesday and Thursday, and I will be gone for a week starting next Saturday, but I'm going to keep you updated about that on Twitter. So, thank you very much again, and have a great day, guys. Goodbye.